Caption check. Captions, captions. Perfect. Check my audio levels. That looks great. Excellent. Hello, Rose Thrills. Hello, how are you doing tonight? All right, good evening. I still have the candle for Tesla burning, as you can see. And tonight I am playing Ravenous Devils, which is loosely based on the story of Sweeney Todd. I'm feeling a little stabby today. Figured I'd get it out on pixels instead of people. So as you can see, I have played this game before, but I'm still going to play story mode for the purposes of the stream.
I barely slept while we were on the train. My thoughts kept me awake with a burning fever to see our new home. My wife Hildred and I decided to move suddenly. She hurriedly packed our luggage, taking only what was strictly necessary. We cut a good deal buying this place near the river, which had previously been owned by a well-known barber in the town.
This house is surprisingly large. There's enough space on the ground floor to turn it into a beautiful pub, while downstairs in the basement there's already a large, cozy kitchen. I can't wait to get to know my new customers.
I'm glad to hear that, Rose Thrills.
I've always enjoyed watching people eating the meals I've cooked for them lovingly. My husband, Percival, has cleaned the first floor and set his room up for business. A fancy tailor shop. Oh, it won't be long before we see the women from the local district showing off the beautiful outfits he has made for them. We are going to bring home the gold with our business.
You may wonder what the secret behind our success is. Our loyal clients, obviously. Fantastic people I feel kind of sorry about killing them. We've decided to use an unusual ingredient in our specialties as a result of the insanely high meat prices. Due to sheer hunger, or simply because it tastes so delicious, human flesh is highly appreciated. We do not know the reason why, and we don't really care.
But don't worry. We don't waste anything. Even their clothes are cleverly reused by
Waste
Percival.
not, want not.
They just need a little patching up, and then they are ready for sale again. At full price, of course. We are working so damn hard to do things right and earn as much money as we can.
You're running out of meat fast. The people in this town are like hungry dogs. At least this means that moving here was the right choice. We'll get rich. Not too fast, darling. We must keep a low profile and work hard. You know all too well how much we are risking. Yes, I know. You don't have to keep repeating that. Throw this corpse down into the kitchen. I'll take care of it. All right, let's grab this poor wretch. Sooner or later, I'm going to end up breaking my back. Your boyfriend was there to help you stay calm while at the appointment because you're kind of anxious. I understand that. The trapdoor is working brilliantly. It's time to stock up on some minced meat. The new meat grinder is ready for great larger prey. Now let's grab this corpse. And into the meat grinder it goes.
I should clean this from time to time.
Yeah, that would be useful, wouldn't it, Hildred? I should take a look at my grandma's recipe book. I'll be able to add all my future recipes to it. Okay, looking good. She needs flour and minced meat to make a meat pie. Now we take the tray and put it in the oven.
Baking time.
This is absolutely fucked up. It's loosely based on Sweeney Todd. It is so fucked up, but it's so much fun.
That smells so good.
Alright, and onto the display stand it goes. But I need to clean up the blood up in the tailoring shop. This game on Steam right now is about $6 Canadian, so I think that's about $5 US. It's a really good price right now. You remember you wanted to watch Sweeney Todd, but someone spoiled the end for you, and you were like, well, fuck, that ruined it. You know what? It's worth watching at least the musical version. I haven't seen the movie version yet. But if you can go see the musical, it's worth seeing even if you already know the end. At least in my opinion. I saw the local theater troupe performing it at the Blue Bridge Theater a few years ago, pre-COVID, and it was so much fun. You were so disappointed because somebody spoiled it for you. I understand that. I really do. It is absolutely worth it, though, to go see it anyway. Especially if you have talented theater troupes locally. Mm-hmm.
There's blood everywhere.
I'm aware of that. I mean, it's not like a murder just happened or anything. Alright, some meat. And some flour. And into the oven you go.
Baking time.
And into the kitchen you go.
There's blood everywhere. All right.
Clean the blood, damn it. And after you've cleaned the blood, right, you need to get
As
that out
fast
of the
as I
oven.
can.
Now, go dress the mannequin before you lose your customer. There's almost all the tickets for it are in New York, and you can't afford that right now. Mm-hmm. If you do end up with somebody local doing it, maybe even a high school doing it, it would absolutely be worth it. But yeah, I can see not being able to travel to go see it. I'm really lucky to live in a place right now that has an excellent local theater troupe.
It's really warm.
Don't come back here, don't come back here, don't come back here. I almost got caught. No, 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 no. No, put that back down. I just wish that I could queue up actions. That would make the resource management in this game a lot easier. That is my literal only criticism of this game.
It's really warm.
No, I just wait.
You can do a murder while that's going. Alright, PIES.
Come on.
This color.
Hey, he finally said something different. Starting over is never easy. There are a lot of improvements that need to be made. I wrote this list of things we need to do to improve our business. And this way we will serve as many customers as possible with fancier shops. Let's see what we can improve. I do not want more. I do not want tables yet. I think I do want an extra display. That'll help a lot. And my next upgrade will be the sewing machine speed. In the meantime, I have a little bit of time to prepare.
Moving there.
As fast as I can.
I'm not rushing you,
Just
lady.
wait.
All right.
To clean this from time to time. People will like this. A pie or a meatball?
Who's text messaging me? Just a lot of emails. Alright. Now that needs to go in there. Because I forgot to do it before I ground up that body. And it's slow at first, but it'll get interesting once we start getting our mystery letters.
I should clean this from time to time. It smells as fast as I can.
Now I can open the shops. And while I'm waiting for customers, I can begin making things ahead of time.
Baking time.
This is a masterpiece.
You and your boyfriend were talking about what your dream wedding outfits are, not getting married for a bit, but ended up having a conversation about dream weddings. And your dream wedding outfit is a black wedding with lime green lace, and those platform boots that go all the way up to your knees, and the black veil that looks torn up. That sounds amazing. I did a sort of very loosely Atom Punk sort of retro-futuristic theme for mine. I had a shin-length purple gown with a blue satin bow around the waist, and Maggie wore a vest and tie with that I sewed. I sewed both my dress and Maggie's outfit, and they were wearing the vest and tie. It was like blue with white Feynman diagrams, physics diagrams, and I wear my wedding dress all the time. It isn't just a wedding dress. I wear it for pretty much any formal event that I go to now. And it's, and then I had, instead of a veil, I had a flower crown with little LEDs around it. It was such a cute little wedding that we had. One of my close friends got married on Halloween and had a dark medieval fantasy theme for their wedding. And that was super cool. I was one of the bridesmaids for that one, and I had a purple and black crushed satin dress that I made. It was so much fun. You mostly want a torn veil because you love the corpse bride and loved Emily's wedding outfit, but you mostly love the torn veil. That makes sense.
All right.
Maggie and I are both really into sci-fi, especially like classic sci-fi. I grew up reading a lot of Anne McCaffrey, and so that's where our theme kind of came from. It's nice to have something that means so much to you that you want to include it in your wedding.
Everywhere.
I think I definitely, after I increase the sewing machine speed, I definitely need to get another oven and work counter.
Now I just wait.
One thing you found funny is both you and your boyfriend want your wedding to be on a Friday the 13th. That's cute, actually. My wedding was on April 1st. The reason for that was because when we first started dating, back before YouTube prank channels got really super toxic, we used to do a harmless pranks channel, and it was a lot of fun. Just simple things like hiding in the bushes wearing a ghillie suit and saying hello to people and watching how they react. But like I said, this was back in the day before the YouTube prank channels got super toxic. Before the likes of Logan Paul and all of those people really sullied the genre.
I should clean this from time to time.
I know, right? Like, there's a difference between little harmless pranks just to make people smile and laugh versus what the YouTube prank genre has become. I see too many prank channels that end up with people actually getting upset or even getting, like, physically injured. I wonder if I can afford $20 for that. Okay. I'm going to upgrade those next. And I can open the shops now.
A letter just arrived. We moved here not long ago. No one should know us. Who may have sent this? Did you tell anyone about our departure?
Silence! Let me read. God! Someone knows our secret.
Oh no. Let me fill up my water bottle here. There we go. Gotta keep hydrated. Well, what does it say? Nothing good. Just threats. Apparently the sender knows us really well. We have an admirer. We can't leave again. We spent everything we had on this building. I don't like this situation either, but I don't think he means trouble. Rather, he could be a rich client. He talks about a reward. I wouldn't just trust that. We haven't much choice. So, what do we do? Now, nothing. We just play his game. He'll get back to us. If what's written in this letter is true, we would risk our lives by leaving. He seems to be a powerful man in the city. Well then, let's hope we'll get some money out of this. Never a dull day for us. I'll get back to work. Me too. All right, mail. What does this letter actually say? My esteemed Rhodes, I must admit that your arrival in this city has got me pretty excited, and please, I beg of you not to interpret these words as a threat, but merely as a great opportunity. I know what is going on at your shop. I do often wonder, how well do you manage all of your corpses? In any case, I decided to contact you to ask for a favor. But before I do that, I would like to assure you, your secret is safe with me, if you do what I am about to request. I have been eating human flesh for a long time. I am sure you will not find what I say as shocking as others might, though. You cannot even imagine how difficult it has been for me to get my fill. From now on, however, with you around, I trust things will be far easier for me. I will give you specific instructions for the prey that I would like to savor. After all, I will not just settle for the average Londoner. Once the targets have been killed, you will prepare a delicious banquet for me. It will be perfect. When your job is done, a life-changing reward will await you. I would like to suggest that you do not attempt to run away. I will be watching your every move, and will know where you are at all times. Moreover, I suppose the local police force would greatly appreciate a tip-off regarding the unexplained disappearances in town. I will send you the details of the first target soon. Kind regards, your new friend, J. The first horror movie you ever watched was Friday the 13th, and you watched it before you even met. That's cool. Did I hear about Andrew Tate calling out Logan Paul? I didn't. But when the trash is calling out the trash, I can appreciate it. I love it when the trash takes itself out. Okay, it sounds great, Maggie. I'll take a look at the Skype message real quick. Alright, sounds good to me, Maggie.
It's really warm.
You've seen me play this game before anyway, when we played it alone, so...
There's blood everywhere.
It's, so that's okay. How's the baby? Doing pretty well, doing pretty well. I've been really tired the last few days, but everything seems okay. I'm really excited for my ultrasound on the 31st. Really looking forward to seeing, you know, what's going on, and maybe hearing the heartbeat for the first time. I've been pretty lucky the last few days. The morning sickness hasn't been too bad. I've just been really tired. I slept until, like, literally noon today. Which is absolutely out of character for me. But, you know, if I'm sleeping that much, there's a reason for it. I'd rather sleep late and make sure that baby and I are both healthy than short myself on sleep just because society says I need to be up and doing things. No, it doesn't make me anxious. Just there's not a lot of updates right now, until I get the first ultrasound. But so far it seems like baby and I are both doing well. I wish this oven was just a little faster.
As fast as I can. That smells so good.
First bean check. Yep, I am so looking forward to the first bean check. Just everything feels so different from previous pregnancies that ended without a live birth. Like everything feels so different. Everything is moving so differently.
There's blood everywhere.
And I just feel so confident about this one. Alright, upgrades. Definitely need oven speed. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. And I will also... Okay, I have to wait to get a second workbench, but the oven speed will help. You hope everything goes well and smoothly. Thank you, I really appreciate that.
Baking time.
Oh wait, no, that was a mistake. Clicked on the wrong thing. Now, go dress the mannequin.
I like this color. All right.
Alright, that's just HelloFresh wanting me to come back. There's reasons I dropped the HelloFresh service. And there's reasons why I refuse every HelloFresh sponsorship that comes through my inbox. Snapped.
As fast as I can. Baking time.
Oh, that's one of the radios that I want to repair on stream. Okay, awesome. So that's here now.
People will like this.
And I'll look at what's in the other packet in a moment.
Baking time.
I need to buy a lead check kit before I can repair these vintage radios. Some of them might have
I
lead
should
paint,
clean this front.
and that wouldn't be very good right now. But trying to repair some old tube radios on stream would be a lot of fun. I'm really into old electronics and learning how to repair them.
Or a meatball. What will be your test?
Big person. Oh! That one's actually Maggie's. Alright, I'll give that to them once they're feeling a little bit better and woken up from their nap.
This is a masterpiece. There's blood everywhere.
As fast as I can.
Mine and my partner's pronouns. I use either they or she pronouns, and my partner uses they pronouns. Thank you for asking. May I ask what your pronouns are, so I don't get it wrong?
It's really warm.
You use they or they pronouns, and your boyfriend uses he, they. Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
There's blood everywhere.
I made this sweater vest set for my VTuber because of course there's blood everywhere. You just murdered. I know, right? I made this sweater vest because somebody on Twitter, after I made a really cute sweater vest set with a sunflower design, sent me a message on Twitter like, "Mallow, sweater vests are for boys. Why aren't you making feminine clothing anymore?" I'm like, I don't care if sweater vests are for boys.
All right.
Take your 1950s bullshit elsewhere and made this one. Put your gender binary in the past where it belongs, mate.
There's blood everywhere.
Besides, sweater vests are warm and cozy. Nobody can say no to warm and cozy, right? People say turtlenecks are for women, but your boyfriend can pull them off really well. Right? Maggie's been having me do their nails lately, and I'm telling you, Maggie and nail polish, that is sexy as fuck. We're working on their confidence. Eventually, I'm hoping that they'll let me do their makeup every now and then, too. And dear Rhodes, Elliot Carson is your first target. He is a young and greatly committed businessman. It is impossible not to be thrilled by the stories of his travels. He wanders around the city in his free time, talking to everyone, even those filth-covered country louts. He has no objection to frequenting even the most infamous establishments, as he believes that there is always something new to learn, even in such places. In my opinion, he is a disgustingly virtuous man. Anyway, all of this will work to our advantage, and, in fact, it should not be too much of a challenge to lure him into your hovel. Sorry, no offense. I am sure you will have plenty of time to spruce the place up. Mr. Carson is a very charismatic person, and an eloquent speaker. I have had the pleasure of having him as my guest at some of my most famous parties. He is a good-looking man. You will recognize him for sure. His eyes are like two blue magnetic spheres that simply drive me crazy, and just the right size to eat in one bite. kill him and preserve the body. I look forward to this immensely. That's not concerning at all. I mean, not that I ever him to talk. He totally is an eye candy as well when he's wearing it. There is nothing wrong with considering your own partner to be eye candy. I stare at Madry all the time. Respectfully.
Baking time. As fast as I can.
All right. I'm actually going to do stolen clothes this time, and I'll get the extra oven and the extra workbench next time. You stare respectfully at your boyfriend.
Smells
There's
so
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
ready to eat. Now I just wait.
Alright, time to open shop. You're easy to fluster as well, so he knows when you're staring because you go
I
red.
should clean this from time to time.
That's so cute. Thump goes
There's
the
blood
body.
everywhere.
Working like a well-oiled machine now.
Baking time. As fast as I can.
Yeah, pretty much, Rose Girls, pretty much.
All right.
Doesn't even bother taking measurements anymore, just, Yeah, you look like you'd make a good pie. Stabs. I bet you make excellent meat pies. Why, yes, I do. You have a family? No, not particularly. Wrong answer. Stab.
There's blood everywhere.
Well, it's not like you just stabbed a lady.
Baking
I
time.
really do need a new oven and workbench soon. The Muffin Man song was used to warn children about a serial killer. Really? I didn't know that.
That
I'll look into that later.
Oh,
I'll be with you in a moment. I just need to dress the mannequin before I can do a murder. Alright, your turn. Ooh, scene. Oh, doesn't he look like a pompous asshole? Are you the person I'm supposed to stab? I'm going to enjoy that. Good day, Mr. Percival. I am Elliot Carson. Your shop is making news in the city. People say that it's impossible to find such high-quality clothes elsewhere. Some acquaintances of mine came by recently to tell me that I should pay you a visit. I didn't know a tailor had opened here. The clothes on display do look exquisite. But I suggest you clean this place a little. By the way, I'm going to commission a suit before I depart for my next trip. Nice to meet you, Mr. Carson. It would be my pleasure to tailor something for you. What kind of suit are you after? Is it for you or the boy? I'll need to take measurements first. Oh, for me, of course. I need a very durable suit for hunting. He's just my assistant. You may pretend as if he's not here. Wow, you are an asshole. Why would they mention the street that the Muffin Man lives on if he's so well known unless it was to warn children about him? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll look into it later. I'm often fascinated by the dark histories of classic children's songs and nursery rhymes. If he bothers you, I can kick him out. I'm a brick wall, mister. And just the way I like it. I don't like this man. Anyway, I'm just passing through to take a look at your humble shop. I'm leaving now as I have plans for today, Mr. Percival. But I will return again in the near future if you don't mind. Gaston energy, I know, right? Major Gaston energy. Of course not. Feel free to come back whenever you like. Thank you for coming. See you again soon, Mr. Elliot. Much obliged. See you soon. Come on, you loafer. We're leaving. Say goodbye to Mr. Percival. Goodbye, Mr. Percival. I'm going to enjoy murdering you. He must be our target. The sender of those letters isn't joking. Next time, I will have some work to do.
now I just wait.
Specifically, I never much liked Disney's version of Beauty and the Beast. I found that a lot of the times reading the original versions of the fairy tales gives you a much different perspective on the characters.
fast as I can.
Actually, my favorite is the original version of The Little Mermaid. I'm going to go ahead and get the workbench first. And I don't quite have enough to get another oven, but soon.
I should clean this from time to time.
The OG story for Beauty and the Beast. The initial premise is the same, but it's made much clearer that the fairy that initially turned everybody into beasts and objects was the one in the wrong. It's like, you can't show up, even if they're a prince, you can't show up to the door of an 11-year-old child and expect to be let in. It wasn't about her being ugly that she wasn't let in. It was about the fact that the only person who was home was the 11-year-old child. And the beast became jaded because of being unfairly punished.
Baby time.
I wonder if I can get a new mannequin in the... And it was more about, not... It was still about not judging people. But it was also about, you know, don't assume somebody else's circumstances.
That smells so...
The original fairy tale writers were very much of the opinion that you couldn't expect adult behavior from a literal prepubescent child. And of course, an 11-year-old is going to be a little bit afraid of a stranger showing up to their door in the middle of the night when their parents aren't home. I mean, I'm a whole-ass 34-year-old adult, and I wouldn't trust it if a stranger showed up at my door in the middle of the night.
This is a masterpiece. Moving there.
The idea of childhood back in the time periods when the fairy tales were written was much different than the idea of childhood that we have now. And a lot of the fairy tale writers, when they were writing these morality tales, they were writing them for the adults as much as they were writing them for the children. And there was an idea that it was just beginning, but there was an idea that, you know, maybe expecting kids to be adults as soon as they can walk is the wrong idea. Maybe we actually need to teach them how to be humans. Maybe we actually need to teach them how to be decent people. Maybe they don't just learn this by osmosis like we always thought they did. And there was a lot of blowback against this idea. It wasn't really until the late Victorian era that the idea of childhood as a separate life stage became more widely accepted. The Industrial Revolution had a lot to do with that. It wasn't just you're an infant and then you're an adult and you can go work in the coal mines anymore after the Industrial Revolution.
There's blood everywhere.
I read a lot of the original fairy tales that are in the public domain through Gutenberg.org. They have a lot of public domain books, including old classic fairy tales, there.
Ready to eat.
I haven't done a read-along stream in a while, actually. I should do one.
Baking time.
I wonder if I should do Little Mermaid first, or if I should do the original Beauty and the Beast first. They'd both be interesting. I also need to finish Frankenstein for my YouTube channel.
Everywhere.
As fast as I can.
I'm trying to find an insurance company that would cover any surgeries you need for your endometriosis because your insurance is driving you up the wall. Fair enough. It is absolutely enraging to me that so many gynecological issues are just not covered by insurances. Even here in Canada, where we're supposed to have free taxpayer-funded health care, it's absolutely ridiculous how many gynecological issues just, oh, well, we don't think that that's necessary treatment, so we're not going to pay for it. You know, we don't think that you need this. We think it's an elective surgery. We think it's an elective procedure, so you have to pay for it out of pocket. It's like, no. If this was an elective procedure, my doctor wouldn't have told me it will literally save my life. Let's maybe stop thinking about the wallets of rich bureaucrats who aren't even paying for this out of their own money anyway, and maybe actually start thinking about the lives and healths of the people that need the treatment. Like, but you know, that would be logical, that would make sense, and we can't expect logic or sense out of insurance companies and bureaucrats. Now can we? Good morning, Mr. Percival. Am I too early? The shop still seems to be closed. Good morning. Not at all, Lady Elliswyn. Please do come in. Were you in need of a new dress? Yes, I have an appointment. Please be my guest. Go in front of the mirror. I'll be right there in a moment. This must be the place. That trap door. Those clothes. Oh my God, everything Jack told me was true. Should I tell him anything? I don't know how he'll react. I'm here for one reason. I won't mess this up. Here I am. Let's get to work. I was thinking something delicate. Maybe in light blue tones. Is this dress for a special occasion? If you don't mind me asking. A funeral. Well then, if I may offer my opinion, I'm not sure light blue is particularly suitable for a funeral. It won't matter. In fact, I don't think anyone will say anything to me. I will be the one laying in the coffin. What do you mean by that? I'm dying and there's nothing that can be done. I'm already roaming this world like a ghost. I would kill myself, but I'm not brave enough to do such a thing. If only someone could free me from this burden. It's asking to die without suffering too much. But maybe. I'm sorry, but I need to interrupt you, Percival. I have to show you something downstairs. I'm working, Hildred. Please, Percival. You need to come with me. I'm sure you can set aside another appointment for the lady. You were just starting anyway. Maybe it was a mistake coming here. I'm so sorry. I have to go now. Sorry for wasting your time. Was she all right? Did you traumatize her somehow? I haven't touched her. She said she's dying of a disease. Poor soul. Anyway, what was so damn important? Well, let's go. I'll show you. If you just leave your endo for too long without getting surgery for it, it could get bad enough to the point you can develop cysts, which can lead to ovarian cancer. But you'd much rather be opened like a turkey than get cancer. I know, right? They refused to treat my PCOS and my lack of menstrual cycle for so long that I actually ended up developing a precancerous condition. And they finally wanted to treat it then. As if it couldn't have been dealt with medications before it ever required surgery. And would have been cheaper on the province to do so. So, do you like it? What? Don't you notice anything new? No. Oh, look up there. I put up some flowers. Oh, I see. I decided to put some decorations in here. The customers will appreciate it. Now they have something to look at while they wait. Do you like it? It's a good start. But you definitely need something more. Did you seriously interrupt me for this? Yes, this is really important. We'll make customers happier. Fine, then. Go back to killing. Apparently that's the only thing you enjoy. I'm not the only one. You'd much rather it fixed now than have it almost cause cancer. Right? And it would save the insurance company money to help you fix it now, too. But, like I said, that would require actual logic and an attempt at, you know, a modicum of intelligence. 10 minutes of reading would have them know just how horrific the consequences could be.
This is a masterpiece.
But I'm beginning to wonder if insurance adjusters and people who make the policies ever bothered to learn how to read. And I will reiterate again, there is a difference between never bothering and actually having a legitimate disability that prevents it. You forgot logic isn't a thing in these situations? I know, right? Let's look at upgrades. Alright, second oven, that's helpful. I can set that down now. And it's ready.
Baking time. As fast as I can. A pie or...
Most insurance companies are run by rich white cishet men. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. As awful as it is, you're not wrong.
People wouldn't like this. I should clean this from time to time.
Mostly rose thrills. Mostly.
This is a masterpiece.
Now I just wait. As fast as I can.
Moving there.
Now I just wait.
There's nothing wrong with having an extra. The latest Pokemon community game update said that evolutions are coming, and they've made some improvements to the Wonder Trade system and the battle system as well. So that's exciting, since this game is constantly under development anyway. Okay, go dress the mannequin. Congrats on the catch.
As fast as I can. Baking time. Baking time.
You want to light a candle, but last time you did, your fire alarm was not pleased. They make battery-operated scented candles now. They're not just the plain old crappy ones from a few years ago anymore. I used to have a battery-operated scented candle that was like pears and strawberries scented. Oh no. I remember this scene. Yeah. They don't smell as strongly as real candles yet, but they do make them now. Which actually, not smelling as strongly as a real candle is a good thing in some cases. Sometimes they're too scented and they make my skin itch. Have you seen my parents? My mother! My mother! I can't find my mother! Oh, what's wrong, little one? My mum left yesterday because she needed to patch her coat, but she never came back. Well, my husband certainly didn't see her. Maybe something happened to her before she got here. These are strange times, my little boy. It's dangerous to be walking around the city alone. Now come on, get out of here. I need to open up the shop soon. But, madam, please, I'm really hungry. Don't you have anything to give me? Oh, all right. I think I do have some leftovers. We feeding this poor child his own mother? Oh, no. Thank you so much, madam. You're an angel. Goodbye. And even today I am sure of a place in heaven. Well, as long as you're sure of it, lady. Yeah, we probably did kill his mom.
As fast as I can.
Poor kid.
Baking time.
I think we just fed his own mom to him, too. Oops, accidentally clicked out of the screen. My dear colleagues, as I already mentioned in a previous letter, I have been observing your steps for a long time, and to be honest, you intrigued me even before arriving here at Hitherblue Lake. When it comes to food, there is no place unknown to me. This is how I knew you had a little shop in Merseyside, where you made a lot of money. Unfortunately, something went wrong at some point along the way, and the local competition accused you of selling rat meat, damaging your business's reputation. I remember seeing the news on all the local papers, and knew it would not be long before the authorities launched an investigation. Then suddenly, a fire. I do wonder which one of you came up with that brilliant idea. Your previous shop turned to rubble, nothing left besides ashes and 2 unrecognizable corpses wearing the owner's clothes. They thought you were dead, but I suppose by the time all this happened, you had already boarded your train. Brilliant! I must confess, I almost fell for it too. Later, a mysterious couple, priding themselves on offering the best meat pies in town, opened up a new shop in Southfolk. Many of my friends had said that you could even enjoy the pleasant company of the landlady, a beautiful woman. It could all have been just one big coincidence. 2 different couples in 2 different places, and there would have been nothing odd about any of it. But something did not quite add up to me. My suspicions were confirmed when the shop in Southfolk closed down. You were spotted leaving in a hurry with very little luggage. Did someone uncover your secret? And here we are now at Hitherblue Lake. The same story. A foreign couple cooking delicious food. I did my research in an attempt to see things crystal clear once and for all, and as I observed you, I was not surprised to notice that not all of the customers who entered your shop also left. I do not blame you for your practices. After all, it is hard to find high-quality meat these days. Which gave you an ad about the church? Gross. Yes, I am unleashing my inner Sweeney Todd. How is London this fine eve? A little less populated than it was last week. Which may not be a bad thing. Alright. I am going to upgrade my meat grinder so I get more meat out of each body. Less people in London on average is a good idea. Welcome back, Rose Thrills. I know, right? That ship has long since sailed for me, too.
I should clean this from time to time.
Alright.
I should clean this from time to time.
Speaking of ships that passed in the night years ago, update in the Greyhawk Love Life department. Oh, really? Oh, congratulations! You got you one! Nice! I hope that you and your person are happy. No customers yet. That's alright. Oh. Well, what do you know? I got a set of twins. That better not be prophetic for this pregnancy.
Smells so.
Can you block categories on Twitch? I don't know, Rose Thrills. I don't know. You are happy, and she said her kids like you too. Oh, that's wonderful if her kids like you too. That's always a good sign for a relationship. When the person's kids like you too. Might have purchased their loyalty with teddy bears and Xbox gift cards, but semantics. Hey, whatever it takes. The important thing is that you and your lady are happy and the kids like you, even if you are just a provider of Xbox cards.
Now I just wait.
I mean, Magi kind of purchased the cat's loyalty with cookies, so... There we go. So yes, it is true this game is quite loosely based on Sweeney Todd. They even mentioned that they purchased this building from a former barber. Twitch has a politics category and the people on there look like your standard Christian white cishet men you see in the US of A. Gross. Yeah, I've noticed the politics category and I've wondered a few times myself if I can actually block that specific category. Okay, there is definitely a certain bias
Blood everywhere.
in that category that I would rather not be exposed to. It's gotten to the point where I rarely watch other streamers now if I don't already know them, which is sad. Because I would like to... meet other streamers and get to know their content. But not at the expense of my own sanity, or at least what's left of it. The family spent the day at the State History Museum. Hang on. Error 404, English not found. Rebooting. Okay. The family spent the day at the State History Museum today, and you did a major disappoint. Didn't realize that only the History Museum was open on Mondays and not the Science Museum. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think I need to buy a sausage maker next. I definitely need to increase my recipe stash. You expressly forbid politics on your material on your. Yeah, that's one of the things that I like about your stream. Things often tend to get serious on my stream sometimes, but I try not to get too embroiled in politics and things. We have recently been talking about the state of healthcare in the US and Canada, which that's as deep into politics as I want to go, because healthcare is a human right. Like, that is not a political statement to make. Healthcare should be available to everybody, and we shouldn't have to fight bureaucracy to get life-saving and life-improving treatments. Made you feel kind of bad, because she has two girls, 11 and 12. One isn't a history nerd like the other is. Yeah. Well, you can always take them to the Science Museum next time. One day you want to stream, but your phone doesn't like anything. It's hard to stream from a phone. Before I did VTubing, I did a couple of small facecam streams. And I tried to do one from my phone, and it didn't go well. The Twitch mobile app is just broken beyond belief. An inexpensive laptop would do you better than trying to do it on mobile. You made them that promise? That's good. It's about time. I'm going inside. You wait for me here. Don't try to run away now. People are disappearing in this neighborhood. If I were you, I wouldn't stray too far. All right, Mr. Elliot, I'll wait right here for you. I do not like Mr. Elliot. He is such a major Gaston energy. I'm going to enjoy stabbing his face in. I'm even sharpening my scissors. There's no place like London, I know, right? Welcome back, Mr. Elliot. I've been waiting for you. Hello, Percival. Please take your place in front of the mirror. I like people who don't waste my time. Well, considering this is the end of your time, I'm leaving in a few days, my friend. This time I'm heading to a dangerous place full of wild beasts. I will need my best rifle. They could pounce on me before I even notice. Ravenous and wonderful creatures. I prefer them hanging over my fireplace, though. I'm sure you understand my meaning, Percival. Yes, I do understand. I always used to hunt for a living, but I don't like rifles. I prefer to wait for my prey to fall into my traps, like flies in a spider web, and then stab them to death. I would have never guessed. I thought you had always worked as a tailor. This is something I would usually keep to myself, though it seems secrets don't remain such for long in this city. By the way, maybe you happen to know someone who goes by the moniker of Mr. J, since you are such a well-known figure in town. And that's an obvious question. My reputation precedes me wherever I go. Of course I know some people whose names start with J, But that list would run many pages. Think about it. Someone who hates you, or who you don't get along with. I'm a beloved person, Percival. You're bothering me with this story. Might someone want you dead for any reason? Enough of this nonsense. It was a mistake to come to this dump. As always, good manners get you nowhere. Luckily, I find you annoying as hell. He was really getting on my nerves. We shouldn't have come here. This so-called Mr. J better have a good reward for us. Now I need to find a place to hide this bastard's corpse. A cold one. This is the coldest room in the house. The flesh will be better preserved here. One Gaston-flavored meat pie coming up. Soon, soon. What are you doing here? Good morning, sir. Sorry to bother you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Elliot has gone? He told me to wait outside, but I went inside the pub downstairs for just a moment. There was a great smell coming from there, and I was rather hungry, so the good lady gave me a pie. It was really delicious, but I don't have any money on me. So, I was looking for Mr. Elliot, but I can't find him. Has he left the shop already? Yes, several minutes ago. Oh, really? Did he mention anything about where he was going? I can't pay for the pie otherwise. He didn't tell me anything. I'm sure he'll come back to get you, kid. And don't worry about the pie. Let's just say it's on the house this time. No money for the pie, time for a snack size. This kid actually ends up working in the shop later if you play your cards right, so he's worth not killing. Oh, thank you, mister. You're such a kind man. I don't think Mr. Elliot is coming back, though. He's probably angry because I disobeyed him. He bought me, and I can be replaced any time. Well, then find yourself another job. You won't last long without any money in this city. Not everyone is as generous as I am. Can I help here? I'm a fast learner. I'll think about it, kid. I'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Hildred may need a little help in the pub. I will actually need some help in the pub.
People won't like this.
Let's see if I can get an attendant yet. Yes, $70 though. So I need to save some more money.
They look as fast as I can.
No, don't put it back down. I accidentally double-clicked.
Baking time.
Let's see. There is one upgrade that I think I'm going to get. Those sausages will not only help me out with that, but also the sausage recipes, once I have a few more ingredients, will help bring in some more money.
Baking time.
after
As
this,
fast as I
I'm going to
can.
save money until I can get the attendant, because that will save me a lot of time.
A pie or a meatball?
And go ahead and open the shops now. I need to clear out these bodies so that I can collect up some more.
A pie or a meatball? What will be your destiny?
This is a...
Right, flour and sausages
They look
will make a
good.
2-star meal. But I haven't upgraded the sausage grinder yet either. Good evening, sir. I think you would make an excellent sausage.
There's blood everywhere.
Sorry for gushing about this, but her kid even hugged you like 3 times and booped your nose and when you tell me how you melted. Aw, that's adorable. I love seeing you happy, Gray.
Time.
Absolutely, gush about your new lady and her kids as much as you want.
Moving there. I like this color.
As fast as I can.
Conversation in the car. Y'all want to run into this petrol truck? Daughters, no, I want to live. Who says we die? Physics? Good point, though. Smart kid.
Baking time.
Sounds like something you would have said as a kid. I probably wouldn't have said that specific thing, but I think Maggie would have. Very smart, especially for 11. Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like it. Come on, clean up the blood now. Let's move a little faster, Percival.
Baking time. As fast as I can.
am so happy you managed to kill him. I must confess that I was tempted to join you immediately to enjoy the dish. Then I held back, thinking the banquet would be just perfect with all the victims. I am sure that this waiting of mine will be rewarded. My father used to say that patience is a fundamental virtue. I never thought that I would agree with him. That old bastard was never a good father to me. He used to leave me alone with our servants, only showering me with useless gifts, when all I really needed was him. When he died, I inherited his vast fortune, and I spent his money diligently. My dear friends, you would have been the guests of honor at all of my parties, reveling with the richest people in town. Delicious food, women, and music. Ah, the good old days. That was a long time ago, though. I was just a boy. Now, my taste for celebration has quietened, and it's a good thing to realize when it is time to calm down. P.S. How does it feel to take someone's life? It must be terrible. I would never be able to do such a thing. Alright. No. Put that back down. You would love to marry her, but she gets government assistance, and if you got hitched, it would cut her assistance completely off. Yeah. We had the same situation here with my disability assistance. Maggie actually had to get on disability as well, so that I wouldn't lose my benefits upon us getting married. And since I kind of depended on that to survive, including the prescription medication coverage, like, you know, even though Maggie had family money that could have helped and didn't need to be on disability themselves, it still ended up, you know, still ended up that way. It is absolute bullshit that they make it so hard to take care of ourselves and then whine and complain when we don't and can't. Not to mention that they make it so hard to get steady enough work to be able to get off the assistance. If I get a job and then end up not being able to keep that job, I'm fucked, because I'll have lost my benefits as soon as I go over the earnings exemption. I can supplement it with Twitch because it doesn't bring in much money. And hopefully, eventually, my streaming will start bringing in a more regular income. But for now, it is what it is. It's not right, it's not fair, but that's bureaucracy.
All right. I like this color.
Under new USA IRS regulations, Twitch is taxable income regardless of total. Yes. I have to pay taxes on my Twitch income as well. It may only amount to about $50 every couple of months.
As fast as I can.
But the government needs their cut! We can't let those poor starving bureaucrats You know, get out of it without their cut.
Now I just wait. Baking time.
I could be putting that Twitch income towards, you know, improving my own quality of life. But what would I want to do that for?
There's blood everywhere.
Why would I want to, you know, be able to buy actually nutritious food, fix the broken wall in my condo, get the work done on my car that needs to be done because I can't rely on public transport because of my disabilities? Why would I want to do any of that? I should be perfectly happy to sit here and wallow in my own poverty and filth.
As fast as I can.
Like any good sewer rat. These bureaucratic assholes sure are tasty. I know, right? Now you know why I'm feeling a little stabby today.
Blood everywhere.
Just be glad that I am taking it out on pixels, not people. No, I'm joking. I would never actually take it out on a person. I don't like getting my paws dirty. How dare the peasants revolt! Ban all pitchforks and shovels!
Now I just wait.
Alright. I need 70 to be able to get an assistant.
This is a masterpiece.
And the assistant will make things a lot easier.
Moving there.
I'm not going to get tables or anything until I can afford an assistant.
Baking time. That smells so... As fast as I can...
So maybe a second mannequin would help. How much is that going to cost? 30? You know what, I will wait until I can manage the shop a little better, I think. Oops. Wrong meat. I actually wanted beef. Well, beef in quotation marks. I wanted some mince, I should say.
Baking time.
Alright, open shops.
Evil destiny.
When you get your place built, there will be a broody massive window in the attic. This shit is next level salty. Yeah, I know, right? Now I'm going to make some sausage stuff.
As fast as I can.
There's blood everywhere.
So, I mentioned earlier during the stream, this game is a really reasonable price right now. It's about $6 Canadian, which I think is just under $5 US. So it's a really good time to get it. It is available on Steam. I'm not sure if it's available on Epic, but I know that it's available on Steam, and that's where it's really cheap right now. And I find that it's a really good, fun, little casual resource management game. $5 in this economy? Fair enough, fair enough. I've had this game for a while. I actually played it for the first time off stream. And I really enjoyed it. So I figured, you know, I'm feeling a little stabby today and not really into a in-depth game that's going to take a lot of brain power. So, why not run a perfectly innocent, normal little pub? I have no idea where the customers are ending up. Certainly it has nothing to do with me. What's a dollar? You use actual doll hairs and somehow people don't think it's a legit currency. Fools the lot of them.
Baking time.
To be fair, reading chat on a little tablet screen because I don't have enough monitors is a bit of a trick. Alright, I can afford an attendant now. That is excellent.
Smells so good.
Hello, nice to meet you. Percival told me all about you. Hi, yes, my name is Joshua. I was Elliot's assistant, but I don't work for him anymore. He disappeared. I don't know where he's gone. People come and go all the time. The kind Mr. Percival... Oh, wrong character. The kind Mr. Percival told me that I could have worked here last time. Yes, I do need a helping hand here in the pub. You'll be paid really well if you follow my instructions carefully. I'll do anything you ask me, ma'am. Come with me. I'll explain everything to you. This is the expositor. Clients will take what they desire from it. You just need to put every meal I deliver you on here. Fine. I'll send you meals using the dumbwaiter back there. It's pretty easy, right? Yes, I understand. You also need to remember to take orders from tables when we'll have some. I'll cook what they want to eat, and I'll send you everything. In case you're really busy, prioritize the clients at tables. They're worth more money to us. All right. I'm really fast, Hildred. I can handle this. Last but not least, the gin. I would like to buy some gin for the clients in the future. We can serve it to clients at tables when they start to get bored, so that I have more time to get everything done. That's it. Okay, I can manage this. Do you need any help in the kitchen? I was forgetting the golden rule. I forbid you to come into the kitchen. Keep that in mind, or I'll have to fire you. Oh, don't worry. I won't come down then. Perfect. I like you. We'll do great work together. I'm sure of it. That's just like one of your bucket list items is to pay for something using $100. Not money, actual mail, dear. Oh my. I like that idea, though. Maybe my life is getting a little easier after all.
People wouldn't like this. As fast as I can.
There's blood everywhere.
Now I just wait.
Okay, open up.
I should clean this from time to time.
I can get a second mannequin next time, so I'll be able to use up more of the stolen clothes. And I'll be able to get tables and gin soon. Oh, by the way, Gray, I don't think you were here when we did our memorial last stream, but here's an explanation for why there's a candle burning in the corner.
I like this color. All right.
As fast as I can. Baking time.
This is a masterpiece.
That smells. People will like this. As fast as I can.
I'm going to keep the candle in the memorial message until the candle has entirely burnt out. So every stream, the candle will be down here burning in the corner. Until such time as the candle is no longer able to burn.
It's really warm.
That smells so good.
Alright, upgrades. I can get my first table now. Perfect. Finally, we've managed to fix a table. And now it's ready for our clients to use. I will write down their orders and serve them freshly baked food. First, I must take the order, then cook what they desire. Let's find out what they want to eat.
It's a great choice. That's delicious.
They want a hamburger. I have minced meat ready in the kitchen. They'll love it. Let's get cooking. Okay. Send those pies up so that I have a tray to use. Come on. Mail. Bugger.
As fast as I can.
This is a problem.
That smell.
I think I'm stuck because of this tutorial. Well, this is a problem. I wonder if I can restart from the beginning of the day before I bought the upgrade. That should have cleared it. Does this count as Ms. Malkavian's pie shop? I was wondering when you were going to mention that. I think it might.
Okay, it's coming right up.
It was never a dull moment in Tar Heel, was it?
Baking time. People will like this. I hope you'll like it.
From now on, I should prioritize the clients at the table. Maybe keeping some meals ready on the workbench will help me. There's work to do. Well-fed clients mean more meat in the future. Alright, now... You wish you had the time to relaunch Tar Heel? I know. It was so much fun.
Baking time. As fast as I can. Baking time. People will like this. From time to time. People will like this.
Alright, sausages. Pick up the sausages.
Baking time.
That you, Madge? Your books came in, so when you have a moment.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
That smells so good. As fast as I can. Now, I just wait.
I entirely forgot about the tailoring side of the shop for a moment.
This is a masterpiece.
That smells so good.
I like the
Alright, and a mince pie.
As fast as I can. Baking time! People will like this. As fast as I can.
Hey, Shell!
Now I just wait.
Yeah, I saw what a good price it was, and I saw that you had it on your wish list, and I was like, okay, yes. Shell would absolutely love this. This kind of fuckery is right up her alley. I see why it was on your wish list. I've played it off stream before to make sure it was Twitch safe. And it is absolutely so much fun. It is a ridiculous amount of fun. And it's not too much brain power, so it's great for a day like today, where I'm just feeling stabby anyway. Do you like my new sweater, Shell? Somebody got... Feel you there, you feel super stabby. Period makes you wanna, so this is do what they do in the game. I'm not sleeping well right now. I am so freaking exhausted. The morning sickness is way better, but I still have food aversions and I'm hardly sleeping, and I'm just like... Child, if you want me to be better at growing you, I need to rest. You want to write a retelling of Sweeney where it's a dude in a retail store tossing Karens in the box baler and shipping them off for recycling credit? I love that, Gray! I love that! You should absolutely write that. I was in the Dollarama the other day, and the poor cashier was doing his best, and this woman was arguing with him about the price of shopping bags. Like, oh no, I'm not going to pay $2 for that. They used to be 33 cents. And then she turns around to me and she goes, do you remember when they were 33 cents? I'm like, yeah, 10 years ago. And she just goes beet red, like, 10 years ago, and hauls ass out of the store. And I go up to the cashier and I'm like, people like her are why I left retail. You're a stronger person than I am. The exhaustion hit you hard around 6+ weeks, so I may have a change. The thing is that I am so exhausted that's why I can't sleep. I legit slept till noon today, but actually falling asleep when I'm so exhausted, like, I don't know what it is when you're just so tired you can't sleep. And it's like, I lay down at night and I'm like, please sleep, please sleep. Brain, can we stop worrying about things that aren't going to happen? I need to sleep. It's like getting a second wind without the energy boost. Yeah, I know, right? You can't afford it, fine, but stop making a scene. I know, right? Do you have to stand there arguing for 20 minutes and then try to get other customers involved? I am far too pregnant and far too autistic to deal with your bullshit, Karen. They ain't been 33 cents in 10 goddamn years. They cost $2. Buy a bag or carry it in your damn hands. Ain't my fucking fault you poor as shit. You see they're opening a Karen restaurant here where the workers actually treat you like shit. I am living for that. I didn't hear they were doing it, but that is an awesome idea. That is an awesome idea. I want to see Karens get put in their place. I want to see the Karens go there not knowing what they're going to get and just absolutely get railed. Oh, the Karens run the store? Oh, that's a different story then. I misunderstood. I misunderstood. There's one in the States too. But no, seriously, I would pay to see somebody like tell their awful racist aunt to go there and like video record her getting railed verbally though. That would be hilarious. Like send people that you hate there. Send my ex-wife there. She deserves it. So if we go there, will we be treated like shit by Karens? Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I won't go there. I won't go there. But if my ex-wife manages to get around my Facebook block again and ask me for a restaurant, I'll send her there. You've been to the Insult Cafe and it's great. It sounds like you'd have to be either in the right headspace or going there with somebody who deserves it to really get the most out of it, though. I feel like it would be cathartic for those of us who had to quit working in retail because we couldn't deal with the Karens. Because like, there are so many times where I have had somebody come into where I'm working and just start absolutely treating me like shit. And I just wish I could say what I was thinking, but I needed to not lose my job because the rent needed to be paid. You won't go there. You don't need to pay to get treated like shit by Karens, and their burgers are going to be $45. Yeah, if the burgers are $45 plus, that's not worth it. You went when you were stationed there for a bit. Why go to a Karen restaurant when you can just go work retail for free and make money while doing it? You ordered and the server was like, the fuck you want that shit for? I feel like that's the place where you send people that you really, really deserve to have some of their own shit thrown back at them. Like my ex, like Maggie's exes, like your ex Shell. You know which one I'm talking about. The one that I told you to block and call me for drives instead. Like, fucking send all those bitches there. Send all those bitches there. Let them get a taste of their own medicine. I would pay to sneak a hidden camera in there and watch them rail people who deserve it. All the people that I had to keep my mouth shut for. Absolutely railed, up the ass, no lube. You see a different kind of rail every time I say it. No, you know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to a verbal ass fucking. One of you guys was taking a long time to order and she was like, hurry up, Buttercup, I got other tables. My ex's mother. She would take literally 2 hours to order. We'd all be sitting there hungry, just like, oh my god, order something. You're seeing a visual rail. Yeah, I know. You have to go for a short bit. Phone's about to die. Fair enough, fair enough. I'll see you when you get back, though. I remember very clearly the moment this idea formed in my head. The balcony outside my bedroom offers a spectacular view. And when the fog fades, you can clearly see the city's cemetery. One day I sat staring at it until dusk. I could not sleep at all that night. All I could think about was all that meat going to waste in such hard and desperate times. It is a shame to leave all that good food to the hungry worms in the ground below. As I read through biology books, I found out that in nature many animals species eat their own. Apparently, only human beings are used to depriving themselves of this habit. Intrigued by this idea, I decided to taste human flesh, but procuring a corpse was no mean feat. First, I visited the city hospital. The doctors have a glut of corpses to study and analyze at the moment. I requested a body from an acquaintance of mine, but he refused even after my attempt to grease his palm. It was much simpler to convince the gravedigger, though. I managed to secure a homeless man whose disappearance no one would have noticed. I cooked his body in my kitchen, and ever since I tasted that flesh, I came to understand that I could not help but long for more. Later, however, people started getting suspicious, so, to my great regret, I decided to stop. Now you are here, and what a blessing it is! I sincerely trust that the banquet will live up to my expectations. You were thinking the same thing about the railing comment? Yeah, you know what I'm referring to, even if I'm alluding to it verbally rather than physically. You're supposed to do Stardew in 15 minutes and you're not even out of bed, so at the very least you'll lurk. Okay, I do appreciate the lurk. Started dating a girl and she has 2 girls, 11 and 12. Convo and... yeah. I love that little glitch that I just had. I am moving the corpse with the power of my mind. My incredible feline intellect is making the corpse float to the trapdoor.
Baking time.
Alright. Second mannequin. Perfect. So it's illegal to move a body, but if you never touch it and it still moves, is it a crime? They can't prove anything. Remember, the people in the know keep telling us telekinesis doesn't exist. What happened there?
As fast as I can. I should clean this from time to time. Now I just wait. People will like this. Now I just wait.
Alright, open shops.
As fast as I can. A pie or a meatball? What will be your destiny?
I will be right with you, sir.
Good.
They want a meat pie. Perfect. I'll get another workbench next.
People will like this. As fast as I can. Baking time.
A naked mannequin to worry about.
This is a masterpiece.
People will like this. That's
I wish Percival moved a little quicker. Hamburger. Shit. Managing multiple things at once is getting a little... I need gin before I can even think about upgrading anything else, don't I?
All right.
Come on, faster, faster, faster.
People will like this. As fast as I can. Baking time. People will like this.
much is the gin barrel gonna cost? 25. Perfect. Wait, that's not what I meant. How did I manage to do that? I think my brain just decided to take a vacation. Here's a little idea of what my brain is doing in the background right now. Any buts. Now that I'm done being stupid.
That smells so good. A pie or a meatball? What will be your destiny?
My brain operates on AOL. Sometimes it feels like it. Dial up at the very least. Some days. I wish I could at least maintain broadband speeds.
What will be your destiny?
I think making kittens has me using up most of my bandwidth, though.
I should clean this from time to time.
I never claimed to be a smart cat, though. I just play one on twitch.tv.
As fast as I can.
I think I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break after this day of work.
Now I just wait.
Maybe having some tea and a little bit of food might help.
This is a masterpiece.
Good, I already had
Smells
mince
so
pies ready.
good. baking time.
All right.
As fast as I can. Now I just wait.
I don't know how that keeps winding up. Like that.
There's blood everywhere.
Now I just wait. As fast. People will like this.
Come on, send up some pies, damn it.
So good. As fast as I can.
Both mannequins are naked, unfortunately, at the moment. We can take care of that in a second. You had a lovely time with Cramps, but you're back. I'm glad you're back. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a rough day today. There's the gin barrel. That'll help.
I like this color. Moving there.
That smells so good.
I'll be able to get a second, or third rather, work table here in a moment. And before I open shop today, I am going to go put the kettle on.
As fast as I can.
No, put that back down. No, 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 no.
Now I just wait. Now I just wait.
This is a masterpiece.
That smells so good.
All right. And I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break. And see you soon. No, it's fine. Just stop it. All right, I've got some food. I'm just waiting for my tea kettle. I'll be back in a moment. All right. Okay, food and tea accomplished. I have some barbecue flavored cashews, which is one of my favorite snacks right now. And I have a wrap sandwich. And I have a lovely cup of tea. So now I can feed my face while feeding my customers.
I should clean this from time to time.
Welcome back, Maggie. Of course, I play a game based in London while having a cup of tea. That's just required. I know, right? It's a British brand of tea, too. It's Red Rose Orange Pekoe Tea. You had an app and got a question right on your assignment. So your confidence is back. Your therapist was right on how to reconnect your mind to body. Therapists are usually fairly smart people. Not always, but usually. 9 times out of 10, they know what they're talking about.
It's really warm.
Perfect. They wanted a meat pie and one just came out of the oven. I can hear Madgie laughing all the way from the other room. By the way, Madge, the model has a new sweater.
I like this color.
I told you I was going to make one. You know what finally made me actually do it? When I posted my sunflower sweater vest set on Twitter, I woke up this morning to a lovely DM from a random stranger.
All right.
Mallow! Sweater vests are for boys! Why don't you make feminine clothing anymore? Because kiss my ass, bitch! So yeah, I'm officially out on Twitter now.
Baking time.
Y'all, I gotta start coding again.
People
I want to
really
make a
like
game
it.
so damn bad.
That smells so good.
Changed everything from cat girl to cat person.
Baking time.
Wait a second, no, that it's empty. God damn. Your boyfriend is your cuddle bug currently. He'll always do his best to cuddle them. Aww.
As fast as I can. Baking time.
There could be more than one best cuddle bug. All depends on what you need in your cuddle bug. For my needs, Maggie is best Cuddlebug. Is this cutscene broken? Hello? Hildred, what the fuck? You wish you could hire me to fix a certain website. I don't work on websites owned by textbook companies. I love having a tall partner. Maggie is about 6'2" or 6'3" as well. And I'm about 5'6".
It's really warm.
And so I really love being just the right size to squeeze like that.
It's really warm.
It is lovely having a tall partner. We thought I was going to be small. My mom's 5'3", 5'4" on a good day. And I was 5'2", almost into adulthood. And then I suddenly started growing again. I grew like an extra... Let's see. So stopped growing around 14 when I hit 5'2". And suddenly around 17, I grew another 2 inches. I was 5'4". And then when I hit 21, I started growing again. And eventually hit 5'7". But then when I had my car accident and I got a back injury, I had a compression injury on my spine. And I lost some height because of the compression injury. It destroyed 3 discs and caused a fracture on 1 vertebrae. So.
That smells so good.
Well, here's my thought on that, Gray. If you feel like you would feel better about yourself going to the gym, there is no reason that you can't have the best of both worlds. You can lift enough weights to bring your strength back up to where you'd like it. Yeah, exactly. Work out while keeping the dad bod. You run laps at your mental health program to keep in shape and still have the cups. Exactly. And I can tell that Madge is getting a lot more muscle tone, which can sometimes be more important than actual muscle mass. And I can tell that their strength is really, really getting better as well. So they're getting stronger. And they've lost a little bit of the excess weight that they wanted to lose. But still, just soft enough to be a giant teddy bear. Lean muscle is oftentimes more important than explosive power. Exactly. My tea's still hot. Your boyfriend is skinny and you're a little pudgy, so you're more like your boyfriend's personal squeezy small teddy bear. I'm a bit chunky in real life. It's really hard to make a thick VTuber model. I did my best. My model is definitely a little thicker than most. It's not quite as thick as I am IRL. I think I want another workbench right now. And... wait, where did the gin barrel go? Damn it. I thought I had that. When I have the opportunity to date ladies, I prefer either the lean athletic type where they have some muscle mass to them, so you know they're not going to break, or the slightly thicker type. Those are my two preferred body types. I mean, if she's got the right personality, I'll date anybody. But if we're really talking preferences, those are the types that I tend to gravitate towards as far as physical traits. You wish you had a shop like this for a specific kind of victim. Pedophiles are not people. That's all I have to say about that. You've got thick thighs and wide hips and a little weight to you, but can't really lose it. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people naturally carry a little bit more weight. I will probably always be a little on the thicker side, partly because of having polycystic ovary syndrome, and partly because my family is all thicker people. My mom's thick, my dad's thick, my grandparents were thick. I'm always going to be thick, even when I get back to a healthier weight range. I'm always going to be a little thicker than than people tend to think is conventionally beautiful. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being thick. My only problem is that when I decided I wanted to lose weight, I definitely wasn't feeling healthy anymore. And that's the entire reason. Can we all give a giant one-up to Harley Quinn for finally getting herself into a loving relationship? Yes! Yes! I hate seeing people romanticize Harley and the Joker. Like, please! That shit is toxic as ass! Stop romanticizing domestic abuse. It's not cute, it's not quirky, it's not funny, it is certainly not relationship girl goals. OMFG!
As fast as I can.
Harley and Ivy for the win, exactly.
There's blood everywhere.
People will like this.
People who romanticize Harley and the Joker are the same people who romanticize 50 Shades of Grey and make the price of cucumbers go up. Oh my god. You're not wrong, but that's wrong. But seriously, 50 Shades of Grey is not good BDSM representation. Not in the slightest.
This is a masterpiece.
50 Shades of Grey. More like 50 Shades of Date Rape. He definitely needed that mental image. Like I said, Magi's not wrong, but that's wrong.
I like this color. Moving there.
From one eating disorder survivor to another, congratulations. Congratulations on almost 2 years free. Okay. Putting that down.
As fast as I can. Now I just wait. People really like this.
Magi says they have issues with food themselves, though not a full-blown eating disorder. Not that their grandmother didn't try to push them into one. But they resisted and started eating junk food the moment they moved out. Obsession with
Now
clean
I
eating
just wait.
is absolutely an eating disorder. They recognize it as such these days. The largest part of your weight you honestly blame on medicinal side effects and a poor relationship with food. Still struggling with it, but you've identified with it. Now you're eating healthy, Magi says. Now they're eating healthy after finally kicking their family, and Mallow is helping a ton with that. You love your pudginess, Rose still says. It just makes you a little squishy teddy bear that people can hug. It took me a lot of working on myself to finally understand that I did not owe anybody anything as far as my appearance. I don't have to wear makeup to look nice. I don't have to not wear makeup for the people who think that I shouldn't. I don't have to be a certain size or weight. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to for people who are just concern trolling. Right? It took a lot of working on myself
Baking time.
and getting past my own internalized prejudices to finally come to that point in my life. The world would be a million times better if we just gave out hugs to upset people. Hugs are freaking baller. I had a friend when I lived in dormitories in college, when I was in nursing school back in Ohio. And every so often when we needed a pick-me-up, we'd stand in the hallways of our dorm with signs that just said free hugs. And would just and people would walk past and just look at us and be like,
Fast as I can.
"What? Don't you want a hug from a good, thick, chubby, living, breathing teddy bear? Hugs are awesome."
Now, I just wait. People will like this.
But when it comes to food and people's relationship with food,
That smells
over obsession with clean and healthy eating is just as bad as eating too much junk food. And there are studies that actually show that you absolutely can and will push kids into eating disorders by pushing too much healthy eating. And you really have to let kids learn on their own to an extent. You can guide.
I should clean this from time to time.
You absolutely can and should guide children to listen to their bodies and make healthy choices. But that's different from always saying, no, you can't have a cupcake, you can have an apple. Let the kid have a damn cupcake every once in a while.
I should clean this from time to time.
Let the kid have a McDonald's once in a month. They're not going to die just because you let them have chicken nuggets once. And honestly, one thing that I'm going to say that Maggie mentioned, that I'm not sure if they realized what they said. They started eating junk food as soon as they moved out of the house. The thing is that when I first met Maggie, pretty much all they ate was fast food and junk food.
I
And,
should clean this from time to time.
it's because nobody ever bothered to teach them balance. And so what we're really working on now, both of us, is learning when and how these quote-unquote junk foods are acceptable. And it's like, okay, we haven't had a fast food burger in a while. Let's go to a burger place. Oh, it's our birthday. Yeah, let's make a cake. And, never learning that moderation. It ends up with exactly what you were saying, where as soon as you were out of the house, you fought back by having as much McDonald's as you could get. You're a very physically affectionate person, Roseville says. Hugs are amazing and so are cuddles. You'll cuddle anyone who isn't going to be creepy about it. And Grace says, I noticed a few weeks ago I'm actually dropping weight, down from 305 to just over 280 now, and it was energizing to see the scale. I actually have the beginnings of ab muscles showing. Congratulations, Gray! That is a huge improvement for your personal health, and I'm glad to see that you're getting happier and healthier. Just over a year ago, I was at my biggest. I was 314 pounds. And the day that I found out I was pregnant, I got back on the scale for the first time in 6 months because I was starting to get really obsessed with the number, and it was pushing me back into disordered eating. And I didn't want to be in the same situation that I was in middle school and high school when I had a full-blown eating disorder. So I put the scale away so that I couldn't get obsessed with the numbers, and I just started listening to my body. Moving when I felt like moving, eating foods that felt right, in moderation, learning to control my portion sizes, remembering to actually eat when I felt hungry. And the day that I became pregnant, I weighed myself again for the first time in 6 months, and it was down to 260 on the dot. And I was so proud of myself. I had noticed that I had been feeling healthier, and now I know why. I'm a lot closer to my healthier target weight range now. Let the kid be a kid. Exactly, Gray. Let the kid be a kid. You know, teach them to listen to their body and to make healthy choices, responsible choices, but don't go overboard with it. Maggie says, my family would try to detox me with juice cleanses and they resisted by getting another Big Mac. Juice cleanses don't work anyway. That's why we have a liver and kidneys. That moment when Mallow's playroom becomes group therapy and no one bats an eye. This happens often. This has happened 5 out of my last 7 streams. Maggie says it is a safe place here. This kind of thing is, this kind of expressing these things here is right on cue. Exactly. And thank you. Yes, listening to my body really did help. Maggie says, I'm eating dried fruit right now because I'm feeling peckish. Dried fruit is absolutely a responsible snack choice. I had a whole grain tortilla with a little bit of deli sliced ham, which I heated up because I'm pregnant. Some shredded low lactose cheese, and some spinach mix, and some mustard. And then I had some barbecue flavored cashews and a cup of tea. And that was my lunch. And it's a perfectly reasonable, healthy lunch. Grace says it took a lot of soul searching for him to understand that he's heavy, not all of his own fault. Tegretol. I was on Tegretol for bipolar disorder, which they now actually think I was misdiagnosed with. But they often use anti-epileptics as mood stabilizers in people with bipolar disorder. And Tegretol absolutely was keeping the weight on me. Getting off of that shit was one of the best things that happened. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And padlocking the fridge door shut when it's a medication side effect doesn't help anybody. You like addressing these things, Roseville says, because you want these issues to be addressed, and they absolutely should be talked about. Gray says he's dived into protein-heavy snacks like nuts and meats. Nuts are good. Pepperonis are good. I really like the honey garlic pepperoni. When I'm feeling really low energy, a honey garlic pepperoni stick will bring me right back up. Or a little bowl of cashews. Cashews are my favorite. Cashews and peanuts are my favorite. And Gray says he's noticed a change in weight and energy levels. Absolutely. Maggie says they're just glad they don't have the shakes from Risperidol. I still have Risperidol shakes, and I haven't been on Risperidol in over 10 years. It's exacerbated now because I also have shakes caused by fibromyalgia. But the Risperidol shakes they're much more common in assigned female at birth people. There's something about Risperidol that just doesn't work very well with an estrogen-based body. Gatorade makes a snack pack thing with nuts and ham and turkey chunks. That sounds good. One of the things that the dietitian at the gestational diabetes clinic suggested was celery and peanut butter. Because I like celery and I like peanut butter. So they were suggesting, pull out your inner preschooler. Have celery and peanut butter. All Risperidol did for Maggie was make them a zombie. It took the psychiatrist eventually taking them off of it, claiming your own brain could replicate the state without the meds once you experienced it. So that's not entirely true. To an extent, you can learn to regulate yourself when you're on a medication. But it really depends on why you need the medication and how good your therapist is with teaching you DBT and CBT skills so that you can learn to self-soothe. Without good therapy, meds are pretty much useless for mental health. You can't just say, oh, well, you were on meds for a while, so now you know how to replicate that effect. No, it doesn't work that way. Not without the therapy to go along with it. Like, I get what your psychiatrist was trying to say, but I think that psychiatrist also assumed you had a competent therapist in the wings.
That smells so good.
You needed the medication to shut up the school administrators. And that's what angers me so much about your story, Madge, was that it was never about your mental health. It was about keeping the quote-unquote problem child contained.
That smells so good.
It should never have been up to the school to put you on medication.
All right.
That's not the place of teachers. They are not mental health professionals. And they should have put up and shut up. You probably shouldn't have said you thought you were a prophet of God at the time, but at a religious private school encouraging fundamentalism, what did they expect? They brought it on themselves. They absolutely did. You don't tell a child who is being pushed in that direction by their parents anyway that prophets and all this stuff are real, and expect them to not suddenly start saying, well, what if I'm a prophet? They say that prophets are hated and I'm being horribly bullied. Maybe I'm a prophet. And for fuck's sake. Literally, what did they expect? They absolutely brought that shit on themselves. And then they're sitting there all surprised Pikachu face going, where did this shit come from? It came from your own asshole, you fucking prick. Alright, now I've fully finished my lunch and my tea. Hey Google, set a 1 hour timer please.
1 hour, and that's starting now.
Thank you.
It's really warm.
I'm honored to serve.
That's just so that I can check my blood sugars now that I've finished eating. Gray says, hold on, let me get real religious here. They tell you prophets are real, then when you express prophetic tendencies, they want to raise hell. I know, right? Yet their beloved Jesus suffered the exact same hell. You're spitting facts, Gray. You're spitting facts.
Now I just wait.
This is a major religious pet peeve of yours. Same!
Baking time.
Now you're gonna out yourself here and state you haven't experienced this somewhere between voices and a system, and that kind of added into the mix, but religious schools absolutely do not help in those cases. The number of times that I was told that I was actively possessed and needed an exorcism while I was attending a religious private school. Like,
So good.
excuse me, Father Asshole. No. Not only am I at peace with my demons, I'm actively friends with some of them.
People will like this.
Believe you me, the possession is consensual. If there is one in the first place. Religion in and of itself tends to control the masses, or religion in and of itself exists to control the masses in order for those in power to remain there, but the use of fear-mongering. You'll notice you never use the term religion, you use faith, and they are not the same thing. Precisely, Gray! Thank you! Somebody else finally said it. Religion and faith are not interchangeable words. Maggie says, the fact that you remember Mark 6:3, a prophet is accepted anywhere except in his own hometown and by his own family, because you had to use that argument against the school, shows how deeply they impacted you. Same. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're still closed, but I need something to drink. Oh, welcome back, darling. Sure thing. Please sit. I'll get you some of our gin. Did Automod get you? Hang on. As soon as I'm done with this cutscene, I'll go in and check the Automod. It's not showing up on mobile that something was auto-modded. I'm sorry you had to go last time. I'm sure you can go back to Percival at any moment. He must have some time for you. Oh no, don't worry. I don't need that dress anymore. Why the long face? Is there something on your mind? I've been thinking a lot lately. Do you ever wonder what lies beyond death? Only those who have enough to eat each day of their lives can afford to ask themselves such a deep question. With all due respect, of course. But you must have some kind of an idea. What's going to happen to your soul? If it makes you any happier, I think death is just the absence of life. A dark void. And as for my soul... Oh, I don't think there's much I can do about that. I understand. Only darkness. Anyway, if I were you, I would concern myself with more worldly thoughts right now. Your bill, for example. You have an eternity to think about death. Your thoughts don't help me at all. Darkness frightens me. I just didn't want the cutscene to hang and have to restart the game again. Alright. Looks like Amalga's going to be here soon. That'll be great. Alright. Now let me see if I can figure out... Oh yeah, I saw the link. I just haven't clicked it yet because I'm monitoring chat on my tablet. And Twitch Mobile gets really weird when I try to click links from chat there. Now hopefully bringing the chat up on the browser on my computer will help. Wasn't sure if AutoMod blocked it. No, you're a VIP, so okay, I can't go back and see the chat history. Rose Thrills, can you rewrite what you got auto-modded on? And I will correct it once I see it again. Because I don't see anywhere that you were auto-modded on mobile. Oh wait, now it's giving me something. It's just being real slow. My computer is not happy at the minute for some reason. I mainly use AutoMod because I've had issues with people trying to come in and quite literally. Yeah, I don't see any notifications from the AutoMod. If you can try rewriting. Okay, there we are. Allow that. And Rose Thrills said there's a lot of people here who had problems with religion and they feel less alone. Also, that's what they're going to call that soon-to-be priest at the church that they went to when they were little, Father Asshole. That's what I call the priest at the Catholic school that I went to. I'm not sure why chat's acting up on my tablet right now. I don't see anything past Maggie's comment there. If it makes you feel any better, everything Gray said is coming from an ordained pagan minister. Yes, that is entirely true. Gray is an ordained pagan minister. And had we been able to bring Gray up here, Gray would have actually been the officiant at mine and Maggie's wedding. But life isn't always fair, now is it? We ended up having a lovely civil ceremony, though.
I like this color.
It would have absolutely offended my mother. It would have been glorious. Okay, but when you say it as Manwich, you know what I think of? The Sloppy Joe Mix commercials from the 90s.
A pie or a meatball? What will be your destiny?
Rose Frills says their father asshole was very touchy with them and they were only 7. And also, they are also pagan. Not wrong, Mallow. That's why that other minister made that joke. He used to compare himself to Sloppy Joes, too. The only reason to not have a traditional ceremony, offending parents is auto-included in your contract for service. My mother has calmed down a lot in recent years, but she was still very, very Catholic at the time. I mean, she's still Catholic, but she's a lot more chill about it now. I think she really is starting to understand where I'm coming from with some of my views on life.
As fast as I can. Now I just wait.
Grace says he actually has a hand fasting ceremony coming up in a few months. They're exchanging vows based on each knot of the cord, and it's a really neat way to do it. Interesting. Maggie says the only reason they're still agnostic and searching is because the religious school they went to claimed science and religion agreed with each other, so they're trying to use science to answer the religious questions to test that claim.
People will like this.
Now, hopefully, I'll get my cat soon, so I can start serving rats on a stick. My dearest Rhodes, here we are with a second target. The hand of fate has fallen on my old friend, Gilbert Weston, the only person who loves eating as much as I do. The other night I hosted him at my house and talked to him about your shop. I told him of the excellent food of yours and of Percival's smartly tailored suits. He seemed curious right away, and told me he would certainly be paying you a visit. I truly love this man. He is the brother I never had. Eating him will be my sincerest gesture of friendship and appreciation. In that moment, we will become one. P.S. I hope this time the process will be quicker. All this waiting is unnerving me. My hand's tracking just 404'd on me. 1 second. If I can't fix this, I will just shut. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna shut that off. And Grace says, no Abrahamic faith will ever accept that science is higher than God, despite the fact that a large portion of what we know of modern science originates from very devout persons. I know, right? The cognitive dissonance is just wild. That's why Gray became pagan. It's almost required to understand that science is prevalent in practice, and he heavily leans into herbal medicine. The ones claiming it were an Abrahamic religion, Baha'i. So you're doubly not wrong. Rats on a stick sounds interesting, provided you cook them well enough. That's what the kitty cat's for. Once I get him anyway. Alright, so there's not going to be any hand tracking for the rest of the stream because I can't seem to get it running. Which, that's fine. That's fine. Rosefrill says they and their boyfriend have agreed that if they get married, there won't be a priest because A, they aren't Christian or Catholic, and also he knows that Rose has religious trauma from priests. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, upgrades. Actually, I don't remember how to unlock the cat, so I'm just going to take a look. Mr. Weston. Okay, he should be coming soon then. Alrighty. I'll just wait for any more upgrades then until I know I can afford the cat. Even seeing priest outfits makes Rose Thrills super anxious. Fair enough. Gray says, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I know any apology doesn't make it right or even better. Let me say you're not alone. Speaking out about it makes it so that fewer people have to suffer, and that takes a lot of bravery. That is very true. There goes Gray spitting facts again. Sausage.
Now I just wait. As fast as I can. Now I just wait.
That's fine, Rose Thrills. If you're trying to moderate a chat and you're having trouble, it's always okay to go and take care of your responsibilities in the other chat first. Look up a card game called Gloom. Okay, I'll look that up later.
This is a masterpiece. Moving there.
The entire point of this game is to kill off your chosen family solely on negative self-worth before everybody else does, and you have to narrate the story of how the family died using the words on the cards. Interesting.
There's blood everywhere.
Pick up the damn tray then, you dumb bitch! I clicked on it!
Baking time. People will like this.
There's blood everywhere.
It's not like you just killed somebody or nothing.
As fast as I can. That smells so good.
Interesting, Gray. Oh, good lord, stay calm, beast. Hi, I'm sorry, but we're closed. I'll be opening up soon, but I still need to finish the cooking. Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. I'm Mr. Gilbert Weston. I was told you were a skillful cook. Maybe my request will shock you, but I would like you to cook the beast in this cage. My dog's birthday is approaching, and I would like to feed him this little hell beast. Ah, so you are Mr. Gilbert. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Hildred. Do we know each other, Miss Hildred? Oh, no. I've heard your name from some of my customers. Anyway, what kind of animal is in that cage? Please take a look. It's a cat. I bought it to catch the rats in my warehouse, but it just sleeps and eats. A complete waste of money. A cat? Mr. Gilbert, I must say, he seems to be sick. Definitely sick. This poor animal will die soon anyway. You shouldn't feed it to your dog, or he'll get sick too. Oh, for goodness sake. Good thing you told me this, Hildred. If you want, I can take care of him, so he won't be a bother to you any more. That would be great. Thank you very much. You'll be doing me a huge favor. And remember, make that beast suffer. Goodbye, Mr. Gilbert. Maggie says they'd love to be a cowboy trying to keep control of those sorts of cattle. They would love them and feed them politicians for breakfast. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Gray says all the cattle are emaciated and showing bones and whatnot, but Maggie adores them and they are friends forever. Yep. Quick, Mallow, fetch me a Republican. Matilda is looking rather peckish. That sounds like exactly the sort of thing that would come out of Maggie's mouth. This cat is lovely. Percival and I were used to having many in our house. I miss having one. Someone will surely suffer, Mr. Gilbert, and it won't be this little cat. Poor boy, he was terrified. You're free now, Kitty. No one will hurt you. Who knows? Maybe if I get a comfortable couch, he'll come back and stay with me. A Republican would definitely fill them up. Hello! Thank you for following. How are you doing? How are you? Alright, I've got a cat. I can get some more decorations. We can go ahead and get another oven too. That should be everything. New recipes. Perfect. I am going to ask that we settle on the politics now. So. Just woke up pretty late. It's 3 a.m. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. You woke up at 3 a.m. Wow. What is the candle about? It's in memorial of my moderator and chosen sister's dog Tesla, who passed away suddenly. So it's a memorial candle. And she gave me permission to keep a candle burning for a little while on the stream in memorial of her best friend, essentially.
A pie or a meatball? What is...
We chose a red candle because Tesla always wanted to play with toys that were red and would get upset if she had any color other than red on her collar or leash. And no, it's all right to ask. That's why I have the memorial command for the bot, so that I don't have to keep retelling the story. It's it was sudden, but at least Tesla's no longer in pain. She's no longer suffering, and it was sad because it was sudden, but it's you know, it was sudden, but it wasn't necessarily unexpected, if that makes sense. Yeah. I understand.
Now I just wait. That smells so good. People will like this.
Welcome to the stream either way, yes. Something about binaries and computers piques your interest. Mm-hmm.
That smells so
We live in a world that isn't black and
fast as I
white.
can.
We live in a world that isn't black and white, and it's never going to be black and white. There is no topic that's truly binary, whether that's gender or
Go get me a little mouse.
morality or anything. There are always shades of gray. Home is where 192.168.0.1 is. I'm not going to argue with you, Gray. I'm not going to argue with you.
Baking time.
Hi, Amalga. I'm glad you could make it tonight. I just unlocked the cat. I hope that they've been being patient with you at work lately. I think I still have it. I think Automod detected that as a link when it wasn't. I'm sorry about that. Irenagus? Is that how you pronounce that? There was a joke dropped into the discussion post of one of your IT classes this past week. It was cute. I definitely appreciated that joke, Gray. You managed to survive the make table on your own during a rush today. That's good. It's unfortunate that they made you do it by yourself. I guess they were understaffed again.
Now I just wait. like this. As fast as I can. Bacon.
All right. There's blood everywhere.
Just call you Ren? Okay, that works.
Masterpiece.
Thank you. Tired but awake. Well, tired but awake is still a valid state of being.
Like this.
Alright. Gray says he's dying to learn French. It's a beautiful language, but it's tough from a natural industry. But yeah, Maggie is supposed to be teaching me French.
No, I just wait.
I would love to have a learning and conversation buddy during that process, though. It's hard to learn French when I don't have a lot of people around who also speak it.
You are a good hunt.
The gender terms screw you up all the time. Yep. Maggie says they're having difficulty with the website assignments for their physics class that the physics class is using this semester. They check methods in math 5 times and it still marks incorrect on one question, then promptly correct on the very next one using the exact same method. Your brain was full from other languages and you do not need 5. I mean, 4 languages is still impressive. That's absolutely still impressive, Ren.
Baking time. People really like this. As fast as I can.
At this point, I might as well wait
There's blood
till...
everywhere.
The ability to cuss someone out in 4 different languages is next level. I agree. Websites are stinky. Ren hated doing that. So all they can say is they wish you luck. Yeah. When I was doing math classes in university, they were using a site called My Math Lab. And let me tell you, I was not learning any math in that class. I was just learning how to game the site. Because it was exactly the same as Maggie's having with their physics course right now. You'd use the same method on 2 questions. And...
There's blood everywhere.
Duolingo would like to have a word with you, Mallow. You haven't been doing your Spanish lessons. Duolingo isn't teaching me the Spanish that I need. I already speak Mexican Spanish.
This is a
But if I want to tell certain members of society what I think about them, I need more Puerto Rican Spanish.
all right.
And they are not the same language. Math lab can go die in a warehouse fire repeatedly and horribly with sharp things poking out from its ass cheeks. Yep. Mm-hmm. I just wish that the professor would take the complaints about the website more seriously, Maggie. Because you were telling me that the professor keeps saying it's a rounding error, but you're not the only one complaining. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll do fine in the course. You're understanding the material. uh, how smart is Maggie? Maggie is extremely intelligent. Um, Maggie has the gift of both natural intelligence and a really good work ethic and study ethic. And also, luckily, the privilege to be able to go to university without needing student loans. um, Maggie is a legit genius. Um, they only missed the score to get into Mensa by 2%. Like, legitimately a genius. And, you know, if it weren't for problems in the conventional school system and the conventional university system, I think Maggie would have been working and being a famous physicist 10 years ago, easy. Speaking of magic, Maggie is actually also a very skilled stage magician as well. So, a genius and an entertainer. Spanish as it's taught via Duolingo is Spanish from Spain itself, not the dialect spoken in those countries south of Texas and north of Brazil. The first few the first few lessons looked like the Mexican Spanish that I learned in high school. But I very quickly gave up on it because it was Spanish that looked like I already spoke. Yes, Maggie is. I have thought a few times that Maggie might be the reincarnation of Nikola Tesla, but a little less obsessed with pigeons. The funny part was Maggie only had to do high school algebra to crack the wormhole problem. The formulas they needed were in the student solutions manual to a general relativity textbook, and when they found the outputs were all algebraic, it only took a couple hours to solve. Still beyond my capability. Still way beyond my capability. Good morning, madam. Oh, hello, little one. So, did you find your mum? No, but I'm coming to terms with it. Maybe she's left me. An extra mouth to feed must be a burden. Oh, undoubtedly. It's irresponsible to have kids these days. Do you have children, madam? You can call me Hildred, darling. And no, I don't. I don't think I would make a good mother. No one can blame me for that. I wasn't raised for it. Would you like some gin, my darling? Surely a drop of gin will make you feel better? Oh, yes, yes, let's give the 8-year-old gin. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Drink up, my child. Become an alcoholic before you're even in middle school. After all, it's pre-industrial revolution. Nobody's going to say a damn thing. Maybe you'll end up in a pie like your mum did. But the pigeons. You leave the pigeons alone. They're wonderful, loving creatures, and you watch it. Hey, I'm not saying I'm going to mistreat the pigeons. I like birds. Pigeons are people too. I'm just saying that Maggie, luckily, as far as I'm aware, has never married one yet. Oh, yes, please. I'd love some gin. I wanted to start my journey in liver failure and kidney disease early. Maybe I'll even burn out my pancreas before I'm 14. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You love the chunky birds. Mm-hmm. No, Maggie married a space kitten. That's true. That's true. For those who aren't aware, I know Gray, I wouldn't say IRL because we haven't met in person, but I know Gray outside of Twitch. Gray used to be the storyteller for an online Vampire the Masquerade group that I was in. And Maggie and I are married in real life. Love the chunky burbs. I love the chunky burbs too. Where were we? Ah, yes. My father raised me, and there wasn't much time for dilly-dally. I had to take care of the pigs. But wouldn't you like to have a child? I told you, boy, they're expensive. Now drink that gin. It'll warm you up. It's freezing outside. Thank you kindly, Lady Hildred. Have a good day. Oh, my name is Peter, by the way. All right, Peter. See you soon. Maggie says, I know why Tessa married that pigeon, though. He'd been betrayed by so many people, he figured humans weren't good company anymore. I mean, he probably wasn't wrong, either. That said, Maggie would have preferred Tessa married a crow. They're actually halfway intelligent and cooperative. Pigeons are smarter than they look to. Pigeons just have the damn sense to not show off their intelligence until it suits them.
Go get me a little mouse.
My dad's a bit of an asshole, but one thing that he used to say that I agree with is that sometimes it's better to be silent and let everybody think you're a fool than to open your mouth and prove the point.
This is a masterpiece.
As such, I greatly respect pigeons for perfecting that art. Or just never speak and hide yourself forever from the world. There was a time when I would have found that thought comforting. But these days, I think speaking with the right sorts of people is a very useful thing. Maggie says, not wrong, Mallow-Cat. They're guilty of opening their mouth too often on more than one occasion. Gray says, I've yet to see a family of pigeons carry a weeks-long grudge against a co-worker that threw rocks at them out of sheer callousness. Okay. To be fair, though, crows carrying a weeks-long grudge against somebody that threw rocks at them does show that they have phenomenal memories and an unwillingness to take anybody's BS. Welcome back, Rose Thrills. As you may have already noticed, I choose my victims meticulously, paying close attention to their lifestyles. The meat must be of the highest quality, so it would never have crossed my mind to eat at your place. Everyone in town seems to be satisfied with so little. I'm sure Hildred must be an expert with seasonings and toppings. I'll be seeing you soon. Sincerely, Jay. Alright. Gray says, we have a family of crows at work and almost everyone loves them except Mr. Rock-throwing jackass over there. It sounds like that's probably not the first time he's thrown rocks at those crows. And he absolutely deserves whatever the crows will give them. Maggie says orangutans, on the other hand, are an interesting conundrum. They have a consent problem among their own species, but when they think a human is drowning, they'll drop everything to save them. Sounds like humans. At least according to one article you saw. The crows live on the roof near the part of the store Gray works in, and they've deemed them the official mascot of the pickup department. Fair enough. Everybody needs a cute animal mascot.
As fast as I can.
Animal mascots are the bomb. Exactly. Now, as soon as Kitty gets back, I can make some more. Actually, I'm going to upgrade the sausage stuffer first. And... upgrade those decorations. That's always worth it. You can't tell me crows and corvids at large aren't intelligent when these at work will actually speak back when spoken to. Yeah. A crow once saved my life. I was attending classes at the local community college, and I've always been a socially awkward little marshmallow. So I didn't really eat my lunches with other students very often. And what ended up happening was, since I would usually eat my lunch outside by myself, there was a family of crows that would often come over and kind of hop around being curious about me. So I started throwing them some of my food and feeding them while I was eating. And one day, the family of crows was acting really weird as I was walking home from the community college. And I was like, what's going on? Why are you all screaming at me? Like, are you okay? Is there going to be a storm? And I just kind of kept walking along the road behind the community college on my way back home. And suddenly one of the crows screams really loud and swoops down at me. I dodged out of the way, thinking, what's going on with this crow? Is it sick? And when I jumped out of the way of the crow, I tripped. And there wasn't a sidewalk on this back road. It was one of those small back alleyways. And when I tripped, I kind of rolled. I landed on the ground and I rolled into the ditch beside the road. And less than a second or two later, as I'm just pulling myself back up off the ground, a huge delivery truck comes barreling down way too fast for that small little narrow alleyway. And literally barreled past at 70 kilometers an hour, right where I was standing less than 2 seconds before. I will never underestimate crows ever again. Maggie says they found that the pea and shell game can fool European jays, but those same jays use the exact same technique to hide food in the wild, which makes Maggie wonder why they would be fooled by the trick in the first place. I don't know. Good question. And Gray says, for those curious, his screen name originates from a LARP that played back in the day. The character is an anthropomorphic raven dressed in black named Greyhawk, a black raven named Greyhawk. Makes as much sense as anything else, honestly. The same characters were practicing medicine man in town solely because a plague doctor's mask And got inspired to make the character's outfit. That is really cool, actually. Alright, let's open up shop then. Skype message? Twitch wasn't letting you log on earlier? Well, I'm glad you're here now, Amaga.
As fast as I can. No, I just
Rose
won't.
says they aren't a musician by any means, but they've been slowly making a song about self-ableism and ableism. And the metaphors they're using are gardens and plants. Gardens being people's bodies, flowers, like peonies, sunflowers, and tulips, people without disabilities, and things like roses, cacti, and other thorny plants representing people with disabilities. Oh, that sounds interesting. Using thorny plants shows that while they may seem hard to take care of, they're manageable like any other plant. Absolutely. Gray says Greyhawk ended up being nicknamed Bird Brain, because he's somehow both the village idiot and the smartest guy in it at the same time. That's an interesting concept. And weirdly makes sense in a way.
People really like this.
I like this color.
Alright, I need those customers to get their gin so that I can get a better score. Okay, good. Child is serving the gin, so I can send those up. Get the ratties from the caddy.
Baking time is fast.
It's really warm.
People will like this.
In a vampire LARP that Maggie took part in years ago, there was an elder who wanted to track down an enemy. Their character offered to trace the enemy's cell phone. The elder said, "Why would I want to track his phone? I want to track him."
There's blood
It took half an hour real time to explain to the elder that people carried their cell phones with them, making it... Oh my gosh! I fail to believe that even a vampire elder would be that out of touch with modern technology to not realize that people port around their portable phones.
It's really warm.
Some people act like they're idiots, not elders. Of course, in some elders' cases, I suppose idiot is a better descriptor. After all, no offense to you, Maggie, I met your grandmother. Your intelligence definitely comes from your grandfather's side. Even in Tar Heel, as tech literate as Prince Josiah was, he still had trouble figuring out how to dial a cell phone at times. Figuring out how to use a cell phone is entirely different from not understanding at all what a cell phone even is, though.
People will like this. My little flea bag.
Like, you can understand what the word portable means. You can see that it doesn't need to be plugged in, and it doesn't need, and it can be carried in a pocket or a purse. Like, there's tech illiterateness, there's tech illiteracy, and then there's just plain intentional ignorance. Which then again, like I said, I've seen how some elders behave, and idiocy and elderliness can in fact be one and the same in some cases. So I guess I shouldn't criticize too much. It just pisses me off that everybody assumes that you automatically become dumber than a box of rocks the moment you get over the age of 50. By all rights, Josiah shouldn't have even known what a phone was. He was turned in the Joan of Arc era. Yeah, well, Josiah had enough wits about him to know that he had to keep up with the technology at least a little bit. He knew that the world was evolving around him, even if he had already been dead for several hundred years. He was old, but he wasn't stupid. Idiocy in old age is 90% of the time a choice, especially in the absence of dementia or other organic brain disease. Maggie says, my grandmother was a special case. She was always struggling to understand my grandfather and me, though she claims she really wanted to. She didn't actually want to. I just wish she had understood all of me, including why supporting certain family members wasn't appropriate. Yeah. Agreed. You can be old and still not stupid. My grandfather was still intelligent, even with a stroke-induced dementia. Exactly! Stop! Alright, before I do this cutscene, I need to stop for 5 minutes. It is time for me to go wash my hands and check my blood sugars. It is... I'll be right back. Let's sing the gestational diabetes song. I'm so glad that I'm finally pregnant, but gestational diabetes can kiss my ass. My fingertips are bruised. I don't think I have any fucking blood left. At least those sugars are back in range, though. Mm-hmm. Maggie says, I remember one of the scenes where my character invented a metamaterial cloth that could bend sunlight around a vampire, and he understood the significance of that, allowing vampires to walk in the sun, assuming they could stay awake during the day. Mm-hmm. Josiah understood. Gotta hand it to you, Gray. You and your co-admin were two of the best storytellers I've ever had the pleasure of working with for a vampire. Yeah, same. I echo that. You guys put a lot of thought into your work, adopted a lot of new stuff, and actually made the world seem real for the players. That co-ST and Gray spent almost 3 years preparing and developing Tar Heel before it went live. It definitely showed. It definitely showed. Alright. Sugars are back in range after a little hiccup earlier when I wasn't feeling good, so that is good. I won't get screamed at by the gestational diabetes nurse tomorrow. That makes me happy. I will be back online momentarily. You still have to wake up at 7 tomorrow to take notes on your next video lecture. Alright. I'll try to wrap up the stream in a reasonable amount of time. This is a fairly short game, so once I get back to it, I think I should be able to... finish this game today. Finally got some food and some kombucha today that you want to try. Sounds good to me, Amalga. Finally, a decent place where I can buy some larger trousers. But good lord, how did it cross their minds to put a tailor shop upstairs? Ah, my chest, the pain. Rosal says, one lyric they put is, while it's not good to leave your roses unattended and let them grow wildly, don't leave your roses to wilt. You'll hurt your garden along with the plants growing within. I like that line. Maggie says they were about to say he was going to die of heart attack. Yeah, you've seen me play this game before, though. You've seen this scene. What was that noise? It sounded like an earthquake. Hildred! Hildred, hurry! A man's been injured. Did you hear me? A man has hurt himself. He's fallen down the stairs. We need true quantum computing, not this shit that they're calling quantum computing at Google, before we'll have truly sapient AI. But ChatGPT gives me hope that people are actually trying to head in the right direction with that. Throw a few language learning algorithms like ChatGPT at a true neural network with actual quantum computing. Yeah. Just gotta remember, Raise it like a child, and you'll be fine. Because when it's first developed, it will basically be a child. And what happens to a child with shitty parents? They grow up into a shitty person. You have a child with decent parents, 9 times out of 10 they'll grow up into a decent person. ChatGPT did all your homework for you last week. Wow, really? What's all the yelling about? I'm trying to get some work done down here. I should go check. There'd better be a good reason for this. Oh my God! It's Mr. Gilbert, my dear. Hurry, let's take him inside. His blood sugar must have been low, the poor fellow. Low blood sugar? Really? How do you come to that conclusion? He's heavy as a horse. It was the first thing that came into my mind. Besides, you've seen the people in this town. No one cares to lend their fellow man a hand. All they care about is their own business. And we are fine with that. I didn't even need to get my hands dirty this time. Look at him. He killed himself. I'll take him upstairs with the other one.
Baking time.
You literally copy and pasted the assignment instructions in ChatGPT and it spit back out 5 amazing paragraphs. Not bad.
Go get me a little mouse.
Not that I condone not doing your own homework. But given that I know you could have done the assignment and you probably were just simply busy, well, I'm certainly not going to say anything this time. Besides, it was probably one of those bullshit assignments that really and truly was useless anyway. Obviously didn't copy and paste what it spit back out directly, we did modify. Well, yeah. And modifying it and making sure that it actually followed the instructions, you know, that takes almost as much skill as just doing the assignment anyway. Like, I'm not criticizing you. You absolutely had your reasons for doing it the way you did. Tell someone you're drinking what's basically fermented tea and they'll watch you expecting something. Not gonna get plastered drinking. Yeah, the amount of alcohol in kombucha is so low, you'd sooner get drunk drinking a bottle of soy sauce.
It's really warm.
Heck, you'd sooner get drunk by eating too much miso soup. And my maternity specialists are thrilled with the amount of miso soup that I've been into lately, actually. Soy is apparently very good for the baby. Maggie has considered cannibalism before. The only reason they wouldn't go through with it, assuming a person died of a heart attack or something like that, is prion disease. Maggie does not fancy their brain being eaten from the inside out. No, I'd much prefer to be eaten in an entirely different way.
People will like this.
Gray was studying the OSI stack model for his networking class, and it's kind of involved and convoluted. He asked ChatGPT to explain this like I'm 5 years old, and it came back with, "Since you're 5, let's break this down." Oh, oh wow, that's gold. That is absolute gold. I love that. Oh, did you clip that, Madge? Amalga's laptop blue screened. Oh no! So sorry to hear about your blue screen. Clipped it hard.
Moving there.
As fast as I can. Now, I just wait.
Hey, you were supposed to kill that man! I said do a murder, why did you not do a murder? I set you to do the murder before I even went to the kitchen.
Baking time! Oh, that smells.
I like this.
Didn't we actually go see Sweeney Todd a few years back? Yes, we did. It was so much fun.
My little flea bag.
You portrayed Sweeney in high school? I bet that was fun. I went to a Catholic school when I was in drama club, so we didn't get to do anything cool like Sweeney Todd. The most spicy content we got to do was a very heavily edited version of Guys and Dolls, which was fun too, don't get me wrong. But I would have liked a little bloodshed on that stage. In Javert the following year. Apparently the drama club thought you were a real believable asshole. The thing is, you are good at playing villains and assholes, and that's not a bad thing. You can be an absolute sweetheart and still be able to pretend to be an asshole very well. In fact, I find that the best people to play a villain are actually people who are really sweet in real life. Because, not because they're assholes, but because they know what it's like to be victimized by that sort of person.
People will like this.
Milk with a natural flavoring. What is it? Bacardi. See, they changed that line, and it still pisses me off that they changed that line. It wasn't, this would be a good way to get children to drink milk. They changed it to, but that's alcohol! No shit, you dumb bitch! You ain't that fucking Christian, you cunt! You're a missionary, not a fucking idiot. Although in some cases there's not much difference. It was a lot of fun. I'm sure it was.
As fast as I can.
I remember actually the music and drama teacher played the first part of a movie version of Guys and Dolls for the people that were going to be playing in the production. And the thing that was funny about that was in the opening scene of this movie version, there's an instance where a lady pickpockets a gold watch and drops it down the front of her top. And from the back, one of the boys suddenly pipes up, "Miss, are you going to let us do that scene?" And she immediately just turned off the movie and said, "You know what? Never mind, this was a bad idea." I was like, you fucking killjoy. In confrontation, Gray's Valjean and Gray were walking around a wooden table, pantomizing, swiping at each other with random things on the stage. You developed a really bad habit of when someone asks you to retrieve something for them, you responded, "I got your horse right. I got your horse right here. The name is Paul Revere." God, I still remember the songs. Hildred, I've brought you some beautiful flowers. Flowers? For me? Why, thank you, Peter. Such a sweet gesture. No one's ever given me flowers before. I always used to collect flowers for my mum. Before she... Oh, don't you think about that. Would you like to eat something? No, I just wanted to give you the flowers, because you've been really kind to me. I shouldn't tell you this, but I must go now to the harbor to help an old man to fish. Maybe he'll pay me if I do a good job. This is good news, Peter. I'm happy for you. But why shouldn't you have told me that? He asked me not to tell... Oh, no! I forgot about this scene. This child is not going to come back. I don't know why, but I trust you, Hildred, and I know you can keep it secret. I must go now, or I'll be late. Bye-bye. Thank you again, Peter. Now go, and be careful. To this day, Gray's favorite line in Sweeney is from Mrs. Lovett when she sees Sweeney has put the body in the trunk. For a second there, I thought you'd lost your marbles. Maggie says, I remember a high school production of Broadway's Beauty and the Beast once on YouTube and got into it in the comment section. People were saying the Gaston wasn't convincing as a jerk. I said the bad playing could lean into him being a jerk, but I got corrected. They said a football player would have been better, but could they honestly have gotten one to take part in a theater production? I conceded the argument. Maybe. It's difficult sometimes with high school productions, though. It really is, because you get such a wide variety of theater kids. You get the ones that are just in it because their parents want them to have an extracurricular and they're not interested in sports. And then you get the ones that are actually passionate about theater but maybe don't have as much talent. Then you get the ones that are talented but don't want to be there. And then you get the occasional actual really talented kid that really is passionate about theater. No one fakes like Gaston, no one sings like Gaston, no one succeeds at catching balls like Gaston. Oh, what a guy, Gaston. I absolutely loved being in theater, but unfortunately, my family didn't have a whole lot of money, so I wasn't really able to continue it after I left the Catholic school, because the music teacher actually gave me a lot of the supplies, like the books and stuff that I needed to learn my part for free. And that was the one benefit of being at a religious private school, was that some people actually followed the tenets of their faith. Some people. But at public schools and other institutions where I tried to get into theater, it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. Theater in high school is what gave you the skills to be as good as you are at role-playing games. I'd believe it. I'd believe it. I miss being in theater. I quite deeply miss being in theater. The problem is that I wasn't much liked even in my school drama clubs, because I'm the sort of person that really gets into the role.
As fast as I can.
When I am in character, I am that character. And this comes back to the way that my mother used to read to me when I was a mini marshmallow. You'll notice that even as I'm reading the parts in games, I try to give every character a unique voice. And that's because that's the way that my mother read to me when I was small. She didn't do this flat monotone, I am saying lines but I'm not actually comprehending or absorbing them. I am not robot, I am human, listen to me speak human words sort of bullshit that a lot of people do. I actually get into it. I really get into it. And that upsets people for some reason. And I don't understand why. Like people like it here on stream, but when I was in drama and I was doing that, I was constantly getting bullied by other children for quote-unquote being a show-off. Bitch, I'm not a show-off, I'm a fucking method actor. Learn the difference. Maggie was in theater because they had to pick an art. Most of the theater was Baha'i indoctrination plays, though they will be grateful for one of them allowing them to play a woman. That started them on the road to discovering they were non-binary, partly because they played that role so well. And Gray says, let's be honest here, if you were ever in drama and you're being truly honest, no one can say they haven't cross-dressed on stage. There are people that get up in arms about that, and I genuinely don't understand that either, because it's like, just get over yourself. You're playing a part. It's not like you're cross-dressing for like anything that actually has anything behind it. Unless, of course, there is something behind it and your own internalized idea of cis heteronormity is being challenged, in which case maybe you needed those ideas challenged. But let me tell you, I love cross-playing. I am non-binary myself, I'm gender fluid, but I have no intention of physically transitioning. I'm comfortable with the parts that I have. I've wondered sometimes what it would be like to have a penis, but I don't ever feel truly masculine. I just kind of feel not feminine sometimes, and there is a distinction. But I love to fully crossplay sometimes. One of my favorite characters when Pathfinder Society play was still a thing was a Tengu who had been sold to the carnival as a fledgling. He was an irreverent asshole with zero social skills. But if he claimed you as part of his friends group, you weren't just a friend, you were family, and he would give his left wing for you. She didn't hit... Yeah, exactly. She didn't hit me with the Kristen Stewart effect. Maggie says, I love the way you add voices to the characters. It makes the games and stories you read come alive. I know, right? Like, I'm trying to match Percival's and Hildred's voices to what were used in the cutscenes. But everybody else, I'm giving their own voices based on what I think they would sound like. Once Maggie cross-dressed based on a dare by their ex and tapped that old role. The response, some guy from the university they were attending grabbed their stuffed bra for a photo. Gray says, unless you follow the history of the stage, you'd have no idea that Shakespeare performances use young boys to fill female roles at times. That was very common. Back in the day, in Shakespeare's day, and a little bit before, a little bit after, it was actually illegal for women to perform on the stage. There were heavy consequences if you were caught having an actual woman on stage.
As fast as
And conversely, later on than that, when it became harder to cast actual children in plays, they would use women and just bind their breasts to play the roles of young boys in theater. Cross-dressing on stage is a time-honored tradition that should be respected.
So good.
I do apologize for not contacting you sooner. A dear cousin of mine died recently. It was a great tragedy, for I was madly in love with her. I wept for days after learning about her tuberculosis. I remember fondly the days spent with her in my youth, her exhilarating fragrance that drove me crazy. Her translucent summer clothes that left so very little to the imagination. Lately, her sickness had grown worse. The cough was tormenting her. I cannot even begin to imagine what it feels like to know that you are dying. If I only had more time to spend with her, I probably could have asked her for her hand in marriage. She received a big funeral ceremony. Many people came to express their love for her. I spent some time in the burial chamber, standing at the foot of her coffin. Excuse me. And I have to be honest with you. When no one was around, I cut out a lock of her golden hair. I am holding it close to me now as I write this letter, and somehow I feel closer to her. I am in an awfully foul mood. Is the time ripe to drown my sorrows in food? Maybe not. 2 victims are still not enough. Inconsolably, Mr. J. Wish we saw more of that these days. Yep. If you want a perfect example of how gender fluidity works on the stage, we have this little play called Hairspray. I know, right? I love Hairspray for that. I love Hairspray for that. Hey, Maggie, can you do me a favor real quick? I've run out the jug that I used to refill my smaller water bottle. I'm just wondering if you can fill me a fresh one. Also, Mallow and Maggie, I have to demand that both of you research, and if you find it, watch a performance of the show Next to Normal. Alright, I'll see if I can find it later. Thank you, Maggie. I'm drinking my body weight in water these days, which is not a bad thing. Alright, upgrades. I think I do want a steak table now. It'll cost $25 to upgrade it. Okay. The entire show is about a family coming to grips with and understanding the difficulties of mental illness. I'll look for it. I'll look for it. I will definitely look for it.
Or a meatball. What will be your destiny?
Sorry, my glasses were all smudged up for some reason. Alright, I will definitely look for it. Sounds like something that would be very useful to
I should clean this
watch.
from time to time.
It broke you? Hmm.
I like this color.
Okay, I need some sausages.
Baking time.
And I need some more sausages.
Baking time. As fast as I can.
It's hard to watch.
People will
You're gonna have to stop at times when you need to. Okay, sounds good. No, put that down. You need the sausages, you dumb bitch. Thank you, Maggie.
Now, I just wait.
Come on, move faster.
It's really warm.
All right. Hamburger. Clip that. You need the sausages, you dumb bitch.
Baking time.
I can't clip it from where I am on mobile, but yeah, that would have been clippable. Oh no. I'm out of... Oh fuck.
As fast
I'm
as
out
I
of
can.
stuff in the serving trays. Speaking of funny theater stories, you're reminded of a Midsummer Night's Dream production you saw in Stratford, Ontario years ago. Near the end of the play, a cell phone started ringing and all the actors looked out to the audience until it turned out it was the cell phone of one of the actors ringing with a call from the agent about a better part. Najee later found out they had put speakers in the audience and staged the whole thing as a joke about inconsiderate idiots who don't shut off their phones during plays. Wow. Ooh, tier A Pokemon in the chat.
All right. It's really warm.
All right.
It smells so good.
It's a little harder to keep up with the game when I'm also looking at chat. Alright, any upgrades that I can get? I'm gonna get another display. And I'm going to get more decorations to help with patience, definitely. I'll get another mannequin later and upgrade the steaks table later. Yay, we caught it! Yay, we did! There's a line in the show Rock of Ages, set in the 80s, all about hair metal. The opening narration states, "Please refrain from dancing in the aisles and playing Def Leppard's Pyromania, as we don't have the rights to that and we won't do well in prison." That's hilarious! Okay, now let's see. Need to know. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and fill my water bottle while I'm getting this stuff done.
Now I just wait.
Over to the steak table with you. And you finish dressing your mannequins.
This is a masterpiece.
Alrighty, Madge. See you soon. Hope everything comes out okay. Gray says, when I saw Phantom of the Opera live, the scene about the policeman in the pit, the actor was an actual local part-time Durham County police officer attending the show in uniform. Wow. See. Alright, more ratties. No, you dumb bitch.
As fast as I can. People will like this. Bacon time!
Your laptop let out a death screech before going blue screen, restarting, and back again. Oh no! That doesn't sound good. We've got to get you a new one soon.
Go get me a little mouse.
I'm really hoping that shortly after I've had the baby, I'll be able to start saving up money towards my laptop, towards my computer, streaming computer upgrade again. And then I can give you my current laptop, because it's still good. It just doesn't do what I need it to for streaming anymore, because VTubing is such a hard setup. Excuse me. And since we're talking musicals here, it seems an appropriate time to remind everyone that we live on Avenue Q. I've got to see the entirety of that one. I've seen clips, but I haven't seen the entirety of it. Your laptop had literal death throes. I've never seen that. I'm intrigued. Yeah, Amalga's laptop is ancient and does not appreciate anything anymore. And where it is literally on life support. We're doing our best to find a way to get her a new one, even if it means that she's using my old one for a little while. Let's see. Alrighty, ratties are ready. My laptop has done this more than once, especially after the third day when I first got it. Wow, it's been doing it since all the way back then. I mean, I know it was a second-hand laptop, but like that's not a good sign. You definitely at least need the hard drive replaced.
Now I just
Bring it with you next time you're in town, and we'll get the data off of it and at least get you a new hard drive.
You are a good hunter.
Maggie saw Avenue Q all the way through nearly a decade ago when it was playing in Vancouver. The best part, they yelled the name of a very unpopular prime minister before singing Only for Now. Amalga says she's positive her laptop only runs on aggression at this point. Probably aggression and stubbornness. Not unlike its wonderful yet long-suffering owner. Am I correct?
I should clean this from time to time.
Hard drive sounds plausible. Any smells perchance? Is that a no smells? Because the death screech definitely sounds like a hard drive issue to me. I think that we can. I think that the place to start would be replacing the hard drive. That'll get at least a little bit more time, but it's also quite old and needs to be replaced eventually soon. And then at blue screens, are you able to see the error code, or does it just blue out and go to shit? That's a good question. That would tell us a lot. It restarts before you can look. Yeah, it sounds like, it does sound like a hard drive issue to me, at least, among other things. But I think the first place to start would be replacing the hard drive to get us more time to investigate other things. Sounds like either hard drive or heat dispersion. I think it's both. I think it's both.
As fast as I can.
It's hard drive and it's heat because it's old. So when I replace the hard drive, I'm definitely going to blow it out and make sure I still get fan spin.
Baking time.
I'm going to look at the RAM as well. The RAM might be upgradable. If the RAM is upgradable, then I can definitely get you a couple more years out of it if I fix the hard drive and the heat dispersion problems. I'm going to also, when I replace the hard drive for you, I'm also going to take the heat sink out and replace the thermal paste, because that needs to be done every couple of years anyway. It's warm but not piping hot. Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that doesn't necessarily mean it's not overheating.
That smells so good.
You'd understand if it was acting like this if you were running Sims 4, because Sims 4 makes it feel like you're gonna get blisters on your fingers because it's that hot. Yeah, it could have heat black flowing into it, especially if the vents are plugged from dust. And with the people that live in your house, I would not be surprised if the vents were plugged from dust. And as for blue screening when you're on Twitch, are you using Chrome by chance? Because my laptop does not like it if I'm running Chrome and streaming at the same time, which I have to do because Chrome is what runs my captions. That's why I'm doing more Make with Mallow these days, because it's a lot easier on my CPU. And my other resources. Chrome is absolutely a resource hog that I do not recommend for older computers at all.
People really like this. Now
I've tried alternatives to Chrome. I used Brave browser for a while, but it was so full of NFT bullshit that I ended up getting rid of it. Not to mention that all of the news sources that Brave Browser recommended were right-wing garbage. If I wanted right-wing garbage, I'd just go search my father's Facebook page.
People will like this.
Laptop made a sound that nearly gave you a headache. Yeah, that sounds like a hard drive issue.
There's blood everywhere.
Here at Mallowcat's Playroom, we provide group therapy and IT support. That's what I'm here for! The only reason Maggie still uses Chrome is because it's got all their passwords and memorized, and they don't remember some passwords to very crucial sites. See, Chrome is fine for computers like yours and mine, even though it's a resource hog, especially yours, because you're not doing a lot of heavy stuff with yours. It's just that right now Chrome doesn't like it when I'm streaming because I'm running Chrome, I'm running OBS, I'm running my game, and I'm running my model. And that all adds up. The resource hogging, it absolutely adds up. Which, you know, that's my own fault because I chose to stream this way. It doesn't mean that it's not frustrating. But, like, yeah, eventually I'm going to get a good desktop computer. And that's going to help a lot. Use Chrome because I use too damn slow and clogged with adware. Thanks, Microsoft. You're a real slow company. I know, right? I'm using Chrome because I tried Brave and I ended up not liking it. I refuse to use Edge. It's IE with a different skin. I absolutely refuse to, even though they claim it's Chromium based now. It's not. It doesn't work as well as Chrome. It may be Chromium based, but it doesn't act like it. It acts like IE. And Firefox just doesn't have the features that I need for streaming anymore, like the captions and such. I used to use Firefox back in the day before I had to switch to Chrome for accessibility features. But yeah. Chrome also can integrate nearly flawlessly with the server at work, so you can do some of the paperwork at home. That's the other thing. Chrome integrates with things so easily. It's a huge resource hog. But I understand why it's a resource hog with all of the features that it has. Like, I can't use my captioning that I use on my streams with anything except Chrome. I don't get to use Windows Live captioning with anything except Chrome or Edge. And like I said, I refuse to use Edge. And sometimes when I'm watching YouTube and they don't have good automatic captions, I have to use Windows Live captioning. And there are other features that I use on Chrome for disability reasons that, you know, Chrome is the better browser despite using up more resources than a billionaire.
I should clean this from time to time.
The only thing named Edge that you enjoy as a professional wrestler? Don't even like Edge brand shaving cream? The only edge that is worth messing with, in my opinion, is edge play in the BDSM world. Maggie says, that reminds me, I have to look into how Christianity valued the Canadian dollar over a decade ago. I was thinking that done right, a devalue could dent the billionaires' profits, but they still own their companies, so they would actually have to work to earn back their profits. Gray says, I don't enjoy standing on edges. No, I don't like standing on edges.
People
But
will like this.
generally not a big fan of edges. Fair enough.
As fast as I can. Baking time. Now I just wait. That smells so good. Baking time. People will like this. People will like this.
All right.
As fast as I can.
Set up a few trays so that I can make meals as needed. And get a couple of bodies into the meat grinder. And open shops. Chrome is the better browser, even if it can be a resource hog with other stuff on top of it. I mean, if you don't need the accessibility features, it's absolutely valid to use a different browser. I just wish that there were other browsers that could run lighter on the system that still had some of the necessary accessibility features. You know, in a perfect world, right?
It's really warm.
Starting to actually fall in love with it. Recall that Gray's new main squeeze has an 11-year-old daughter just now, as per her, out of the mouth of babes. Y'all have a New Year's resolution to gross me out, don't ya? Starting to actually fall in love with it. Aww.
Baking time.
What the actual ass? Did you just order the whole fucking cow or something?
Now I just wait.
Y'all just have a New Year's revolution to gross me out, don't ya?
As fast as I can. People will like this.
This is a
Imagine a
masterpiece.
retelling of Sweeney Todd told in Cyberpunk. Mm-hmm. That sounds both intriguing and terrifying. Yeah. It was just cute because it was the kid that said it. Not because the idea is actually cute, but because kids are special. I can't wait to see the weird shit that my kitten spouts when it starts speaking. In direction of no. You know what's rough? Looking at this and wanting steak,
Now I just wait.
but knowing that I'd have to charcoal it to make it safe because you can't have rare steak when you're pregnant. And knowing that if I charcoaled it, I wouldn't eat it anyway. Because why the hell would I burn a perfectly good piece of meat? Don't burn it. Cut off its horns, wipe its ass, and let it look at the grill while you walk past.
People will like this. Baking time.
Yes, I did grow up in the States. How did you know?
It's really warm.
You have medium rare steak and you'd have to brush your teeth with... No. No. No, you wouldn't. It's specifically if I eat the rare steak.
It's really warm.
No, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. My kitten's first word is probably gonna be, fuck you. Either that or, turn signals are a thing, you dumb cunt!
Baking time.
I like this color. All right.
People will like this.
I was watching a video the other day. It was, what's the funniest reason you've ever been called to your child's school? And one of the stories was they were called to their child's kindergarten class because apparently this child had told another student that they were going to fuck them up. And the parent was so confused because they don't talk like that or let their kid watch inappropriate media.
This is a masterpiece.
It turned out that the child had been singing the song Uptown Funk You Up. And some teacher got their panties in a twist over it. Kitten's first words will either consist of cussing out traffic or a 10-minute long ranting discord on the impracticality of Jesus. Yeah, probably. Turn your headlights on at night, you asshole!
Good hunting, like
Asshole!
possible.
Okay, kid. At least I know you're listening to me. Mallow, I was supposed to teach the first bad word. I even made a list and now it's ruined. It'll be okay. There's plenty more bad words where that one came from. You're reminded of one of the Meet the Parents series. I think it was Meet the Fockers, where the baby said asshole and then did the sign of I'm watching you to the asshole grandfather. Mallow is the kind of mother I had. The kind that when she was summoned out to the school because I cussed out a teacher, immediately noted that had the teacher not had it coming, I wouldn't have... Yeah, pretty much.
People will like this.
I had too many experiences when I was a kitten of my parents being called to the school for shit that I didn't even do. Like the time that I was pantsed by another little kitten in first grade, and the gym teacher claimed that I had mooned her intentionally and was laughing uncontrollably at it, when what had actually happened was the other little girl had been tickling me and wouldn't stop, and then in the process of tickling me, yanked my pants and underwear down. It wasn't until... And the teacher called saying it was all my fault. And the first grade teacher was like, it was all Mallow's fault. And the principal, having heard the whole story and heard the confession of the other little girl, said, no, it was actually the other kitten's fault. And I am so sorry that these teachers aren't listening. Because it is not the victim's fault. This was a sexual assault by another child. And I'm not standing for it. One time that principal ever stood up for me, by the way. But after that, my parents started to realize that they couldn't listen to the first grade teacher or the gym teacher. Because nobody was going to tell them the truth. And it was quite clear by that point that the elementary school teachers were in fact the bullies. Maggie remembers getting pantsed in grade 11 by some kid from a younger grade who kept attacking and bullying them. That kid got their arm twisted by an Aikido move. Thank fuck the gym teacher was willing to take their side on the issue. Yep. A teacher? Listen? What's that? I know, right? It's always the victim's fault. That gym teacher was one of the very few good ones in school. One of the very few good gym teachers, period. Most of the gym teachers that I have experience with are men who failed out of basic training in the military. Nothing against military men and veterans and soldiers and all that, but specifically people who become gym teachers because they failed basic. And athletes who couldn't make it in the big leagues and can't understand that literal children are not going to be able to perform to the standards of a former athlete. Especially a chubby asthmatic child with other undiagnosed medical issues.
Baking time. As fast as I can. Oh, that smells so good.
You're so happy you're girls. Fuck it. They're my step kittens now. I claim it. Are homeschooled. Mm-hmm. My kittens are going to be homeschooled. At least until they're old enough to make their own decision on whether they want to go to a public school or not. And a fully informed decision at that.
Baking time.
The one gym teacher you had, that actually was halfway decent, would actually run laps with the kids. Mm-hmm. I wish that I'd had a gym teacher like that. Somebody actually running laps with the kids maybe would have put a stop to the bigger boys that would always push me over when we were running laps and get me in trouble. Why are you a whole half a lap behind everybody else? Even the kids who actually have asthma and aren't faking are doing better than you. Yeah, well, first of all, I actually do have asthma and I'm not fucking faking, you dumb cunt. And second of all, the other kids with asthma aren't being pushed over because you think that I can perform to the level of an adult. Small amount of pain behind that one. Just a small bit. Tiny amount of trauma.
It's really warm.
And the Board of Education, like a bunch of ass monkey fuckwads, ousted him because he outed a member of said Board of Education as a homewrecker. Yeah, why would you punish the person who was actually behaving inappropriately when you could punish the whistleblower instead? Your laptop apparently didn't want you to hear any of that.
As fast as I can.
Were you able to read the subtitles at least, Amalga? I smacked my desk a bit too hard. My hand hurts now. Mince pie coming right up. Punishing whistleblowers is a time-honored tradition. Yup. Your laptop froze the vid. Oh, I was just bitching about gym teachers who are failed athletes expecting disabled children who are being pushed over so that they'll be behind the other kids while running laps, should be expected to perform to the standards of a fucking adult athlete. Especially when that teacher can't even do it no more.
I like this color.
It's narcissism at its finest. And then again, Gray's school system is the same one that suspended him for the year after he wrote in Current Events a poem regarding Columbine in the 90s and they somehow were convinced it was a bomb threat. I got expelled from middle school around the same time period because some little bitch forged a letter saying that I was going to shoot up the school. The teachers didn't even know my father had guns. I never said anything about it. I knew better than to open my mouth about that shit even before Columbine, and then Columbine happened, and you bet I kept my mouth closed. And this little bitch forges a letter and gets a teacher to lie saying that she heard me make a verbal threat. And the next thing I know, I'm fucking expelled in 6th grade and end up having to go to a Catholic school because nobody else will have me because they all think I'm violent. Bitch, if I had a violent thought in my mind, you would have known about it. Because I'm not the type of person to just make threats. I will end you if you have wronged me that badly. I am not a talker. I am a doer. Luckily, I'm not actually a violent person, and I am not going to even swing on somebody unless they swung first. I have a rule for myself. Never start a fight, but always finish one. Middle school Mallow was the one whose parents wouldn't let them pick their own clothes. So I was being sent to school in t-shirts that had Christian slogans and butterflies and flowers all over them. And Amalga can vouch for this. They dressed me like an 80-year-old nun, didn't they? You didn't leave home like that. If I had gotten more than 25 cents a month allowance, you bet that I would have changed the moment I got to school. Madry says, yes, you are a doer, and you know what? You think you were privileged. The only reason you weren't expelled was because the school was afraid of losing their accreditation. Yeah, well, the public schools don't lose their accreditation just for being shit. If they did, there wouldn't be any public schools left in the United States. The news nearly made you out to be that type of person. It was running in the class one day, and when talking about the kid who was the quiet one in class, bringing a gun to school one day and shooting and everything. The reporter said it's always the quiet ones to be careful. You know what? That was one of the most damaging things that ever happened to me in school, too. People didn't get to hear me talk unless they were messing with me and I was trying to defend myself. Why would I want to talk to those nasty ass fucking drug addicts and whores when all they wanted to do was call me names anyway? Why would I want to? Why would I want to? And then when they did the whole, you know, don't let the quiet kid just sit in the corner, go talk to them. You know what happened when the teacher started pushing people to come talk to me? They said we should talk to the quiet kid so that they don't shoot us. You're not gonna shoot me, right? Like that was supposed to make me feel better about myself? And then they tried to say I was the one with the mental issues. Public schools are a classic case of the nuts being in charge of the asylum. And I say that as somebody with multiple diagnoses. You literally looked at everyone going, I just want to do my homework. Does it look like I want to start something? I know, right? Public high school is shit. My brother is more disabled than I am and went to a public school where you completed the work at your own pace. And he only graduated with a grade 10 education and a diploma that wasn't worth the paper it was printed on. Yeah. The quiet kids are the ones considering how much longer it's going to be before the school realizes they already know everything and just send them to detention because God's forbid someone care about them. Right, Gray? Right? The real kicker in it was that it was a guy who had not shut it trying to start shit that brought the weapon to school. Same! The same little bitch that wrote that letter, not realizing I had been expelled, hid a gun in the girls' washroom a couple of weeks later and tried to say that I hid it there. And when the school called my parents, my dad's just like, are you fucking stupid? What do you mean am I fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid? No, sir, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm smart enough to remember that you expelled my daughter because of that lying little whore. She'll be pregnant in 6 months, you mark my words. And I mean the little girl that wrote the letter, not my child. And you know what? My dad was fucking predictive because that girl did end up pregnant and had a child at the age of 13. She was the problem. She was the disturbed one. She was the one that needed help. But no, they were worried about me. And look where she is now. She's 6 feet under. Because they didn't fucking care about the little rich girl that had to bully everybody. And getting her help and finding out who was abusing her. To make her like that. They cared about getting me, the weird kid, out of their school. And she died of an overdose and left 7 kids behind. And it's the school's fault. They have blood on their hands. Good morning, Hildred. Oh, hi, Peter. What are you holding? An old storybook? I'm taking it to the market to sell it for some money. I can't read anyway. A young man like you can't read? Come here, give me that. I'll read you something. Oh, tier A Pokemon in the chat. I'll read you something, and then you can sell it if you still want to. Once upon a time, 2 brothers lived happily with their parents. However, they didn't have very much money, so the father decided to abandon the brothers in the woods. That's terrible. The brothers were frightened and starving, until eventually they came across a little house in the middle of the forest. To their astonishment, they found that the entire house was made of marzipan, so they started to eat the house ravenously. A marzipan house? It sounds delicious. All of a sudden, a witch came out of the house. She was really mad. She said, "How dare you 2 little kids chomp through my house?" In an instant, she captured and imprisoned the 2 children, and decided that she was going to eat them. Please stop, Lady Hildred. The story's scaring me. I don't think I can keep on reading anyway. Some water seems to have dropped on the last page, and I can't make the words out. Oh, what a shame. Practice reading and learn how to write, and you'll be able to write your own ending to the story. What do you think? Yes, all right, that's wise advice coming from an evil woman. What a lot of people are missing. This carries over from school to the workforce, too. We recently switched department managers. The previous one was as effective as shit on a sidewalk. Our new lady, day 3, she pulls us in the manager's office and goes, "Here's my goals that I know we can make. Y'all can make this, and I'm going to make sure you do. Believe in yourself. You got this." You have any idea how much that meant to me? For people that didn't grow up hearing words of validation, that sort of thing can make you weak, can't it, Gray? It's one of the reasons why I try to give people a genuine compliment every day. I really try to recognize people's strengths and improvements, and I make sure that they know it. If school is promoting this kind of behavior for kids, no wonder our kittens are getting homeschooled mallow. Canadian schools aren't much better than American ones, if at all. I want our kids to get exposed to a decent curriculum, but I'm not putting them at risk by sending them to public school. They're probably still dumb enough as teachers to demand our daughter hold it in during the time of the month, not unlike a certain university professor I remember you encountered, Malik. I know, right? Little known fact about evil women, they're actually wise. Sometimes, yes. Thanks, Hildred. I always have fun with you. I'm going to the market anyway to see if they can offer me a good price for the book. Otherwise, I'll keep it. Bye-bye. Bye, darling. So I think we got that cutscene out of order because normally the cutscene where the little boy Peter is going to the boat is the last you ever see of him. But I like this better because having it out of order kind of implies that it really was just a fisherman. I prefer the idea that Peter survives. He's a sweetheart. He deserves a good life eventually. Peter deserves a decent education to make something of himself. Exactly. Especially since we killed his mom.
I like this color.
I need some more ratties to feed the masses.
Baking time.
And the asses. All kids do. I don't believe that anybody is born evil.
Like this.
They're made evil by bad parents and worse schools.
You are a good hunter, like Percival.
Sorry, Peter, your mom's dead. Here's an MBA in recompense.
That smells so good.
Just because I'm evil doesn't mean I can't have to be heartless too.
Baking time.
I like this color.
People will like this.
Alright, see you soon, Amalga.
I should clean this from time to time.
Maggie's remembering an incident involving the mast of the sailboat that got replaced before their family left Bermuda. The company only replaced it because it almost lost all of its employees. The MBA who made the initial decision and then recanted barely had the ink wet on his diploma. No real-world business experience. There's some that are like that.
All right. It's really warm.
There's no point in a fancy diploma if you haven't also got the street smarts to go with. Dear friends, here is some information on the third target. This time it is a lady, so I suggest you be extra delicate. Her name is Yvonne LaRoque, a wealthy woman married to one of the richest men in the city. I saw her for the first time when Mr. LaRoque invited me to go fishing on the lake. When we returned from our trip, Yvonne was waiting for us with her friends beneath a huge flower-adorned gazebo. They were sipping tea, and I was immediately struck by her skin, white as the moon. Such an elegant and graceful woman. With a certain pride, her husband told me that his wife would run a beauty shop, selling lotions, scents, and skin creams. Take what I am about to tell you as advice. Never buy a thing from her. To save skimp on raw materials, Lady LaRoque uses scraps and dangerous chemicals, yet all of this is well packaged and sold as premium quality cosmetics. Oh, so she invented Avon! I do not know if I admire her entrepreneurial spirit, but for one thing is for certain, I would like to taste her, and I don't mean in the bedroom. I want her for my banquet. Handle her flesh with care. I am always watching you. Sincerely, Mr. J. She was the Avon lady. Either that or she invented Sephora. There's not much difference except the price tag. Oh, Maggie! Maggie. You need to see my new YouTube trailer later. It's all the best clips of 2022, and I think you'll get a kick out of the way I ended it, with what clips I chose to put back to back.
People will like this.
Amway called, they want their gimmick back. Oh, if you go to my YouTube page, the Malocat's Playroom YouTube page, not the Malocat Archives, it should be the most recent video if it doesn't immediately play on the homepage. It'll play the Bad Apple MMD video if it doesn't play the trailer. But I specifically want you to see the trailer later. Because I know you've already... Yeah, you saw my Rasputin dance. But yeah, I made a little trailer for the channel too. Just some clips put together. Someday, I will take the time to make a proper channel trailer. I'll properly animate something when I'm better at doing MMD animations, and when I can make my own motion files. At least I figured out how to make camera files now. I just need to get better at doing motion files.
Baking time.
You're watching in a bit. Yeah. After the stream. I'm not telling you to go away from the stream to do it.
Now I just wait.
Okay, the child is running some gin.
That smells so good.
There's blood everywhere.
As soon as the child runs some gin to the people that ordered the sausages, I'll be able to send that up. Okay, good. The child is running some gin.
As fast as I can.
I'm taking breaks in stream now. You need. Okay, yeah. Go make yourself some food.
There.
Baking time. Now, I just wait.
Welcome back, Amalga. Didn't see you at
People
first.
will
Sorry about
like
that.
this. As fast as I can. That smells so good.
It's been over 6 hours, so I think I actually am going to wrap up after this workday. Just because of how long I've been streaming. There's not a whole heck of a lot more that I can accomplish, and I'm starting to really slow down and not be able to keep up with orders. So, you apparently appear out of thin air according to your coworkers. Yeah, you kind of do sometimes. Alright. So, the day is almost over. Ooh, cutscene. It's Peter again. It's not a bad thing. It's just that you tend to move quickly and quietly. And it's not a bad thing. I always just assumed that I couldn't hear you coming because, well, I'm deaf. Welcome back, Madge. Lady Hildred, life on the streets is too difficult for me. I've no money to eat. I can't manage living on my own. I've sold everything I have. Please let me stay here with you. I promise I'll do everything you ask of me. My dear Peter, what the hell are you talking about? You know full well I can't feed you too. I need to take care of my husband and our shops. How could you come to such an idea? Please, I need a mum. Someone loving and kind like you. Oh, sweetheart, you don't have no idea. Me? A mother? Peter, please, get these thoughts out of your head. This is a harsh world, boy. Extremely cruel. The mere thought of you all alone out there breaks my heart. But I can't take care of you. I was just like you before meeting Percival. I'm sure you will find your way, just like I did. Peter, take this money and swear to me that you'll go to the station and take the first train away from this evil city. You deserve a better life than this. But... I'll do as you ask, ma'am. I promise. I trust you. I'll never forget you. Forget me. Now go, my love, and take good care of yourself. Goodbye, Hildred. Me, a mother. Ooh, that was all my money. Oh, well. It is, in fact, time to wrap up anyway. I'm starting to make silly, stupid decisions that don't make sense, and I'm not able to keep up with the tasks of running the restaurant and the shops. So I'm going to see who's online. Maybe Shell's still online. She is. Let's see. I did promise to raid Churro if she was on next time, but it doesn't look like Churro is online. So Shell it is. Here's the raid message. And make sure you copy and paste that over. I will set up the raid. And everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. But most importantly of all, stay weird. I will see you tomorrow to finish Ravenous Devils. And maybe to play the demo of a game that I found today that was made by the same developers as Scarlet Hollow, Slay the Princess, depending on how long it takes to complete Ravenous Devils, of course. So again, stay weird, and I'll see you then. Good night.